See several areas of impact this morning. The threat of tornadoes, strong winds, thunderstorms, and hail, a major concern, and you can see the states of impact there on your screen, including Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, and even Tennessee. We've had some tornado warnings already come into our Live Now from Fox feeds this morning. So let's go ahead and check in with our content partners over at Fox 26 Houston as we work to keep you weather ready this morning.
CenterPoint customers are without power right now, most of them north of I-10.
All right, so let's get to Mike, who's been watching this for hours now overnight, making sure that we know what's going on, because I know a lot of people were waking up with the weather and they turned to you to find out what's going on here.
I don't know what's better, when the stuff moves through overnight, when it's pitch dark and everybody loses power, or if it happens during the day. But I will say I'm glad that the severe threat is coming to an end. In fact, it's basically over with for the Houston area, and it's going to be improving dramatically for the bulk of the morning commute. So that makes me happy, and I'm happy to tell you that. But in the meantime, we had really high winds overnight. I mean, between around 2 a.m. and through around 4:30, lots of high winds whipping across the area. And now that heavy line of thunderstorms has moved over to Liberty County and Chambers County, still holding on to Galveston Island. And then behind it, not a severe weather threat, but still some thunder and lightning and still rain coming down. We had heavy rain for Jersey Village, for Cypress, along with high winds, and we still have what's called a flood advisory, not a flash flood warning, but a flood advisory out here into West and Northwest Harris County, which means street flooding is possible. Same down here, Katy and Brookshire down to around Wallace. This is where we had most likely some hail. You guys might have had some hail overnight. It certainly looked like it on radar. Also a chance for some street flooding there in the short term. And I wanted to show you the number of lightning strikes. 3,159 lightning strikes in that area over the last 15 minutes. Incredible. 7 a.m. here, about a 50% chance for lingering rain. Notice the rain chances go down for the rest of the day. It's going to become breezy and much drier.
Okay, so that is going to be a major part of your morning drive. If you take a look at the map, things are not looking too bad because a lot of people haven't even left the house yet. But when you do, remember, you got to slow it down out there because there is a lot of water on the roadways here. Live look outside. We do have a couple of problems here with our Houston TransStar cameras. Let's take a look here. This is 610, the North Loop at Wayside. There is a report of an accident there, although I'm not seeing it on this viewpoint, and it doesn't look like anybody's having to maneuver around anything. You do, though, if you're waking up with us in Brazoria County, 288, the southbound lanes at FM 1462, Rocheron says that all the main lanes, including the shoulders, are shut down there. Not giving me a reason why here, but do want to let you know if that's part of your morning commute, you may run into a problem in that area. And again, the water and the rain, that is widespread. So wherever you're waking up and headed, you definitely want to give yourself some extra time so you can slow it down and get there safely. Now, we do have the power outages, the lightning, the wind is Mike's big concern because it is such a fast mover.
Shelby Rose is live from Eleanor Tinsley Park at this hour near downtown. Shelby, how are things where you are now?
It seems like it almost maybe blinked and it was here and then it wasn't. Thankfully, this storm was so fastly moving that the worst of it is really gone. There's only just maybe a little bit of rain right now. Lightning flash here and there. Really nothing like we saw earlier this morning. The worst of it was definitely between 3 and 3:30 this morning as we were heading west on I-10 towards Katy. The visibility was basically next to nothing. The rain just absolutely dumping. The wind gusts kind of moving our car a little bit. Thankfully, everyone around us, including our unit as well, going very slow. Flashers on. We only saw one vehicle that did spin out. Didn't seem like it was too bad of a wreck. So it seems like everyone did definitely take the precautions if they were out in the middle of the night, especially as that storm was going through. I don't know if you heard that, but that was a thunder strike that was just right there. But thankfully, though, as I said, that we really didn't see much of flooding at all. A little bit of water covering the roadways, nothing significant, and it seems as though everyone had more or less a safely commute this morning. Reporting live at Eleanor Tinsley Park, Shelby Rose, Fox 26 News.
Well, Shelby, thank you so much, and we want to let our viewers know if any warnings do pop up during Wake Up here, we will break in with those updates from Mike, and we'll also be checking back in with you too. And I'm glad to hear, though, things are clearing up there and that you're not seeing any major concerns right now near downtown. Well, let's go ahead and jump into other headlines. New this morning, Houston police investigating the death of a child under the age of 6.
Now, right now, there is no...
All right, and we appreciate our content partners over at Fox 26 Houston as they are working to keep you weather ready this morning. They are saying things are starting to die down in that Houston area of Texas, but if things do pick up, of course, we will let you all know. You'll be the first to know right here on Live Now from Fox. But Texas is not the only area being impacted. You can see on your screen other states, including Louisiana, Mississippi, and even Tennessee. It looks like a little bit is starting to trek over to Florida as well, some parts of the Carolinas. You see Charlotte there as well. Again, this is something we will continue to monitor right here on Live Now from Fox as we work to give you the very latest. Right now, I actually want to switch gears, though, to give you an update to a story many of you all have been following here on Live Now from Fox as it relates to that deadly bridge collapse. I'm talking about that key bridge collapse that we first brought to you here on Live Now from Fox a week ago, giving you a look right now at the damage from that horrible, tragic day. You see it there on your screen, the debris, and we know that there were some deaths resulting from this. We know Maryland's governor made the short trip down to Washington on Tuesday to meet with congressional lawmakers about the response to the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapse. Fox News Chief Washington correspondent Mike Emanuel has more on how the federal government plans to be involved. Take a listen.
I just want to say on behalf of 6.3 million people that we appreciate it.
Maryland Governor Wes Moore thanking his state's congressional delegation and federal leaders for their support in the aftermath of the deadly Francis Scott Key Bridge collapse 2 weeks ago. The governor reiterated his commitment to bringing closure to the families of those who died and reopening the Port of Baltimore as quickly as possible.
We also know that the support from the federal government and the support of Congress is also going to be imperative in this.
I'm committed to make sure that we navigate this through a bipartisan process.
Maryland's lone Republican in the state's delegation also vowing to not let politics get in the way of recovery efforts. So far, $68 million in federal funding has been allocated to assist in removing debris from the Patapsco River and reopen the shipping channel. President Biden promised the cleanup and reconstruction of the bridge will be completely funded by the federal government. But currently, there's no price tag, and some experts think the entire cost could top $1 billion.
This is a commitment that is normal for this type of a catastrophic loss of a major infrastructure in our country.
Tuesday, Governor Moore also signed the PORT Act into law. It provides economic relief to hard-hit workers and businesses and creates a scholarship fund for the children of the 6 construction workers who died. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
All right, Mike, thank you so much for that update. Right now, the time is 6:08 on the East Coast, giving you a live look at the devastation out in Gaza. My goodness, just a haze across the sky there as the Israel-Hamas War rages on. We're already past the 6 months mark into the war. We're going to go ahead and go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. But when we come back, checking in with Ken Gray with the University of New Haven, getting an update as the U.S. President Joe Biden is calling Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's handling of the war in Gaza a mistake. We'll have more details when we come back from this quick 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Jeanne Francine here with you on this Wednesday morning. It is April 10th, your hump day, as we continue to give you top stories and headlines of this Wednesday morning, giving you a live look out at a hazy Gaza. We know U.S. President Joe Biden called Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's handling of the war in Gaza a mistake and called for his government to flood Gaza with aid, ramping up pressure on Israel to reach a ceasefire and widening a rift between the two staunch allies that, as you all have seen, has worsened as the war has dragged on. Joining us live this morning to further explain the latest on the Israel-Hamas war is senior lecturer in Homeland Security and Criminal Justice at the University of New Haven, Mr. Ken Gray. Good morning to you. Thank you so much for being here.
Good morning, Janae. I'm glad to be with you.
Always a pleasure to speak with you. So I want to get your thoughts. No surprise on my end of President Biden calling Netanyahu's handling of the war a mistake, as we have seen pressure from him and his administration for calls of a ceasefire. What can you share with us at this hour?
So part of this is due to President Biden being upset himself about the handling of the war. Part of it is due to political pressure being brought on President Biden by both his political party and also by seeing the wavering of votes for him for the upcoming presidential election. So President Biden is upset with the way he sees the war going. He believes that they need to be focused more on the hostages, more on humanitarian aid, and is opposed to the plan of going into Rafah. Prime Minister Netanyahu, on the other hand, has said that not only are they ready to go into Rafah, but that they have set a date for that entry to go in and try to eliminate Hamas. And he's stood down some of the IDF members to rest them before their final push here into Rafah. And so we will see how this develops.
Mr. Ken, you talked about how this could be a political move. And on the other side, I want to discuss how this could potentially harm Prime Minister Netanyahu's political reign, because we've seen on the weekends out in Hostage Square in Tel Aviv how people come together protesting his political reign, saying they're not happy with his handling of the war. For those in the area to see that a top ally, the U.S., is not pleased with his handling of a war, what implications could that have on him and potentially him no longer having that prime minister role?
Yeah, Prime Minister Netanyahu was under fire politically even before October 7th. There was a real disagreement over the role of their Supreme Court, and a lot of people were upset with him then. And then once October 7th happened, he was being blamed for allowing this to happen. And then the handling of the war and the making the hostages more or less a secondary issue as opposed to the primary issue of addressing Hamas has not set well with many of the people there in Israel. Over the last week, there were violent protests throughout Jerusalem with people camping out in the area and thousands protesting there on the streets, right there near Netanyahu's home. And so there is real turmoil there in Israel over the handling of this war. Many people think that he is not doing enough to get the hostages out. And so Netanyahu is in as much political trouble there as President Biden is in trouble here. So politics definitely is a big element in this, especially being that as we go up towards the next election here in the United States, that President Biden needs all the support that he can get among his Democratic side. And there is a real difference between who is supporting Israel and who is supporting the Palestinians. You see a lot of the younger vote supporting the Palestinian cause. And so President Biden has had the shift from being 100% behind Israel to now actually separating their points of view with the Israelis.
You're absolutely right. And I want to ask you, there are concerns this morning, and many of the viewers want to know, with President Biden not happy with how Netanyahu is handling this war in Gaza, is there a threat of him pulling back when it comes to sending aid and sending supplies and sending even help when it comes to weapons? Is that a possibility?
So there has been discussion by congressional members talking about withholding offensive weapons, allowing defensive weapons to be provided to Israel to help protect them against missile barrages. But as far as offensive weapons for use inside Gaza Strip, there are many in Congress who see this as a real potential, that they want to stop the sale of offensive weapons, to send a message to the Israelis not to pursue the entrance into Rafah, to change their military strategy here with dealing with Hamas.
Mr. Ken, we always appreciate your dialogue and expertise. Is there anything else you'd like to add about the latest of the Israel-Hamas war before I let you go?
So Hamas has said that they have suspended their talks there in Cairo, but they are reviewing the proposal. They were very upset with what was being given to Hamas. They did not see that it met enough of their conditions. They've backed away from this current round of negotiations, but they are still claiming that they are considering it at their leadership level.
We'll definitely be keeping a close eye on that. Mr. Ken Gray, always a pleasure speaking with you, and we don't take it for granted. You enjoy the rest of your Wednesday.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Giving you another live look now at 6:17 on the East Coast out in Gaza, and you can see the war rages on. We're going to go ahead and go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but when we come back, continuing with those live events, top stories, and headlines of your Wednesday morning. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine, giving you another live look out at a hazy Gaza now at 6:19 on the East Coast. And before the break, we were getting the very latest on the Israel-Hamas war, learning of news that President Joe Biden is calling Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's handling of the war in Gaza a mistake. Well, right now we are actually going to head out to Brussels, Belgium, as it relates to the Israel-Hamas war. We know that earlier this morning, the European Parliament chair of the delegation for Relations with Palestine held a press conference on the situation of human rights in the Palestinian territories as it relates to that humanitarian crisis. Let's listen in, and I'll also pop up some boxes on your screen of other top stories we're following this morning right here on Live Now from Fox.
And Ms. Albanese will give the introductory remarks at the beginning, and after that you will be able to ask questions. So I would first give the floor to Mr. Pineda. You have the floor. Thank you.
Gracias. Buenos días a todas y todos. Muchísimas gracias por vuestra presencia.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. We have people here in the room and also people connected online. I'd like to thank the UN for the occupied Palestinian territories for being here. She is someone who speaks clearly and calls things by their name. Francesca speaks very clearly, and this has not always been the case in society in the past. The report that she has just brought out to the UN General Assembly is already a statement. Its title is Anatomy of a Genocide. And it's important for her to explain exactly what's happening in this European Parliament. If I just take myself as an example, as the chair of the Delegation for Relations with Palestine, I can't talk about genocide. I have to hide something that even the UN recognizes, that the Council and the International Court of Justice recognizes that Israel is carrying out genocide against the Palestinian population in the Gaza Strip. But the European Parliament, the European Union, does not recognize what everybody else recognizes. And this is shameful. It's a shame that the European Union has still not called for unconditional, permanent, immediate ceasefire. This is something that the International Criminal Court has called for. It's shameful that the European Union is still buying and selling arms to Israel that are being used in combat, that are falling on the heads of Palestinian children in the Gaza Strip. We are talking about human rights, and yet we allow them to buy these arms. It's shameful that the European Union is maintaining these relations with Israel. I don't think there's any question that Israel is violating the human rights of people in the Gaza Strip. And yet, as president of the Delegation for Relations with Palestine, I can't even call things by their name because the European Parliament has not recognized that genocide is taking place there and has not taken the decision to take any actions against this genocidal regime in Israel. They make declarations. What use is that when we're seeing Palestinian children being killed? They don't take any actions against the regime. We have the Horizon Europe project, and we're still financing those drones that are killing Palestinians. But we can't ask the European Commission to stop, because unfortunately this Commission has a majority which in an active or passive way are supporting what we're not allowed to call genocide. If I can't say this clearly, then I'm happy to hear from Francesca Albanese, who has set it out in her report. I'm happy that she is here with us to talk about her report called Anatomy of a Genocide. Go ahead, please, Francesca.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. So after 5 months of monitoring and analyzing Israel's onslaught on Gaza, my report, which I presented to the Human Rights Council of the General Assembly, but this report finds that there are reasonable grounds to believe that the threshold indicating that Israel is committing the crime of genocide against Palestinians as a group in Gaza has been met. Specifically, I found that Israel has committed 3 acts of genocide with the requisite intent. First, killing members of the group. Second, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group. Third, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destructions in whole or in part. The flagrant and systematic slaughter of Palestinian civilians, the deployment of unlawful weaponry, the utter obliteration of vital civilian infrastructure, including the deliberate targeting of all Gaza's hospitals, and the human-made starvation of the Palestinian people in Gaza transcend the realm of war crimes and crimes against humanity. The monstrosity unfolding in Gaza is accompanied by a pervasive anti-Palestinian narrative and dehumanization emanating from the uppermost tiers of Israeli society, including high-ranking officials with command authority, and frequently reflected in soldiers' actions on the ground. This reflects the intent, the dolus specialis, which is prescripted in the Genocide Convention, to destroy a group in whole or in part, which is what distinguishes genocide from other atrocity crimes. In the case of Gaza, there exists a chilling clarity of this purpose, the systematic eradication of an entire people, blamed for what has been done to Israeli civilians on the 7th of October, or at least a significant portion thereof. One of the key findings is that Israel's executive and military leadership and soldiers have intentionally distorted jus in bello principles, so rules of international humanitarian law, subverting their protective functions in an attempt to legitimize genocidal violence against the Palestinian people in Gaza. The only reasonable inference that can be drawn from the unveiling of this legal policy is an Israeli state policy of genocidal violence toward the Palestinians in Gaza. And indeed, what distinguishes this genocide from others is what I've called humanitarian camouflage. So the justification that the conduct of hostilities that Israel has never denied, but was justified through the use of legal terminology, legal jargon, like human shields, warnings, evacuation orders, safe zones, medical shielding. So I will be happy to take your questions now.
Both, just to remind you that the official position of the European Parliament you can find in the resolutions that the Parliament adopted on the 14th of March on the immediate risk of starvation in Gaza and attacks on humanitarian delivery, and of the 18th of January on the humanitarian situation in Gaza and the risk of escalation. And now, yes, please, let's continue with questions. If we have anybody. Yes, please.
Hello, this is Maret Jones from Euronews. Thank you for this press conference. My first question to Ms. Albanese. Thank you for outlining the report. You also call in that report for specific measures, arms embargoes, further sanctions. So given that you're here in Brussels in the European Parliament today, what measures, if any, do you think the European Union need to take more than what they've already taken in order to prevent the perpetuation of this catastrophic situation in the Gaza Strip? And also perhaps how content or perhaps disappointed are you with the measures that have been taken so far? Y para el eurodiputado Pineda,
Mr. Pineda, you said there is evidence that the EU is financing two Israeli companies that are building drones through the Horizon Europe program. Could you give us more information about this? For example, I wasn't aware of this, so if you could give us more information, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Yes. So I'm just going precisely to the recommendations that I've made to member states when I presented my report to the Human Rights Council. I called for an arms and oil embargo on Israel, as well as other economic and political measures, including sanctions. This must be imposed both on state and non-state actors in order to ensure a permanent ceasefire, which, by the way, has also been ordered by the Security Council, whose resolutions are binding and is still not in effect. And Israel needs to be taken back to compliance with international law. This is the only thing that can secure safety, security, and freedom for everyone living between the Jordan River and the sea. I think that it's fundamental to explore what the UN Charter allows to do in the presence of massive international wrongful act, which are countermeasures, including revoke diplomatic recognition, targeted sanctions on government officials, economic and political sanctions, including suspending, for what concerns the European Union, the EU-Israel Association Agreement, and other trade and institutional relations with Israel and Israeli institutions. This extends to private corporations registered under national jurisdictions of EU member states. And it's very important to say that there were the conditions to suspend that association agreement before the 7th of October. Because think of one for all, but the establishment of settlements, the continuous announced annexation of the occupied Palestinian territory was already a war crime. Forced displacement of the Palestinians in the occupied Palestinian territory has been a reality for 57 years. So why have measures not been taken to stop this? Because this was a war crime. So what was the sense of that Article 2 in that agreement? So there is also a need for accountability. And to that end, in addition to supporting South Africans' actions, as you know, South Africa has instituted proceedings for violations of the Genocide Convention against Israel. I recommend that supporting thorough, independent, transparent investigation of atrocity crimes, especially acts amounting to genocide, referring the genocide situations in Palestine to the ICC, cooperating with the Commission of Inquiry that the Human Rights Council established in 2021 for an independent fact-finding and investigative accountability mechanisms, and the use of universal jurisdictions, especially in those countries whose nationals have served in the Israeli occupation army. And it's very important to understand that in Europe in particular, there is a disconnect, not just between the reality in the occupied Palestinian territory and the diktat of political leaders. There is also a disconnect between what civil society in Europe, what many segments of the society, citizens are protesting, are asking for a ceasefire. And this is met with silencing and repression. So this is a turning point. It's a momentous turnaround of history, and it's about time to realize that continuing business as usual is going to be detrimental for democratic orders, detrimental for the Palestinians, and also for the Israeli society.
Through the Horizon Europe program, 2 Israeli companies, one is Elbit Systems, I can't remember the name of the other, but 2 companies have received funding, and they produce drones, amongst other things, that are used in Gaza. I'll just have a quick check to make sure that I'm right. The European Defence Fund from the EU gave Israel Aerospace Industries a sum of gave Israel funding for its arms industry. This was for military research. There was a recent report from the the last center is a center that studies the arms industry, and they have systematically spoken out about this. We do it as well in Spain. Our government is buying and selling arms from Israel, and this center is focused on this campaign to make this information known. Often information is very opaque. If I may just pick up on what our colleague from the press services said. What I've said hasn't contradicted the European position. I just want to summarise. What we want to say is that we're selling arms. We're selling arms. And what this means is that we're working against the people of Gaza. Israel is blocking land access to allow people to leave Gaza, and then the bombs are raining down on them. People have gone into the sea. We should be ashamed of what is happening here. We should be ashamed. There are companies, not just Israeli companies, even the United States, saying what's happening is in Israel. There is an 18 billion fund for arms. 2.3 million Palestinians need to have access to water, to electricity, to food, medicine, and yet they are being bombed. We are raining bombs down on 2.3 million people. I think that in a year's time we'll look at what we are doing and we are going to be ashamed, some more than others. Some are trying to put an end to this, but the European Union as an institution, I think we have to say that we have our hands covered in blood of the Palestinian people.
Thank you. We have another question.
Hello, thank you very much for this conference. Microphone, please. EU back. So we have a question. Sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I am Ahmed Frasini from EUPAC, media platform and organization in Brussels. So the question is to Mr. Pineda. So thank you. You gave us a very good image about the reality, what happens in Palestine today. But how to realize the ideas of the European Union when we are talking here about the rights of women, rights of children, rights of journalists, rights of doctors, all the transparency with the European consumer, respect of the legal and law and international law, and we sign the agreements against genocide and all of these a long list. So how to work on this list, these rights, which Europeans are working every day on them? What are the machines, the mechanism, the tools, what we can use here in the European Parliament or by the European Parliament from your point of view to go further? And will the European elections, do you think that will change something, or do you have a program? Maybe you can give us some news how the elections could help us as Palestinians or as Palestinian rights defenders. Thank you, and thank you for your coming, Madam Albanese, to here today. We are waiting for some tools, for legal tools, what we can use as journalists, activists, and political. Are we waiting for a new South Africa? New countries which will support South Africa in the nearest future? Do you have some news about that? Thank you.
We have to finish our press conference because not yet. Please reply, but very quickly because our interpreters will have to leave very soon. So if you could reply to this question. Question was a bit long, shortly. Thank you.
I'll try to be brief, to not go too much beyond time. The European Union has mechanisms to put pressure on Israel. It's another matter of whether or not they want to do this. I can give you my personal view, because as president of the delegation, I can't go beyond the scope of what I've been given by the EU. But personally speaking, we can put on pressure through breaking off any type of relation with Israel. What we want is to achieve an immediate, unconditional, permanent ceasefire. We've not called for that yet. We need to put an end to financial, diplomatic, economic, cultural and relations with Israel, and above all, military cooperation. End association agreements. Exclude Israel from any programs that are financed by the European Union. I referred before to the Horizon Europe program, for example. And as the European Union, we have to ensure that we associate and encourage member states to associate with South Africa's request. A number of other countries, Colombia and others, have also gone to the International Court of Justice. But the problem is that we haven't got the political will here at the moment.
So first of all, I would like to remind, when talking about legal remedies, that on the 26th of January, the ICJ, the International Court of Justice, the supreme judicial organs of the United Nations, recognized the plausibility of genocide. That was like a starting point for a different action, in the sense, at that point, the international community, member states, which are obliged to abide by the Genocide Convention, they had no reasons not to take the measures we are talking about today, because the Genocide Convention is considered jus cogens, so it's non-derogable and imposes obligations on everyone, on every member state, both to prevent genocide. So if there is a risk, all possible necessary measures have to be taken to prevent genocide from being committed. And this is something that the court declared without examining the merits. I have examined the merits, which doesn't mean that, of course, the International Court of Justice will continue its examination, the International Criminal Court will continue its investigation, but at the same time I spent 5 months looking at what has happened into Gaza. And therefore, even letting aside my report, what the International Court of Justice ordered with its provisional measures was to be followed. International law cannot be considered as a pick-and-choose menu, because this leads to the erosion of the only thing that we have to secure peace and stability. And it has worked for most of us, especially in the West. And all of this is put at risk today. We are seeing also the full erosion of the international legal system as a system to protect us all. And there are legal actions that have to be taken as an obligation, and again, taking measures to impose, to create the conditions to impose nothing else than a ceasefire in Gaza. And it's very cynical to hear member states discussing of humanitarian pause. After 33,000 people have been killed, 70% women and children, and this has been steadily the death toll in Gaza. So it was clear that the victims were not just Hamas combatants, but also doctors, nurses, engineers, academics, scientists, children. This is the highest number of children's fatalities in a conflict. Actually, it's higher than the number of all children killed in the last 4 years in all conflicts worldwide. What else? What else? How dehumanized are the Palestinians to the point that we cannot relate to this? And it was the death of 6 internationals working for World Central Kitchen which provoked outrage. And what about the others? What about the others 198 workers who have been killed in Gaza? So you see, we also need to, I'm thinking of legal remedies, but I would like to conclude picking on what Manu Pineda said. We need will. You need will in the European Union to act, among European member states to act. But before the will, we need to really reconsider where our conscience and consciousness is. Because I'm even wondering what is left of our humanity if we cannot react with indignity to what we are letting happen to Gaza. Thank you.
Well, thank you all. Did you want to say anything? Yes, go on.
Gracias.
So that press conference wrapping up there. In Brussels, Belgium, a discussion over humanitarian concerns for Palestinian territories. And on the left side of your screen, those LiveNOW top stories we're following this Wednesday morning as President Joe Biden is criticizing Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu over his handling of the Gaza conflict. We're also following severe weather outbreaks bringing hail and heavy rain to millions across the South. And then coming up in the 10 o'clock hour, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, DHS Secretary facing a House hearing over that 2025 budget. The time now 6:46 on the East Coast, giving you a live look now out in New York City. We're going to go to our third 2-minute commercial break, but when we come back, checking in with Fox 5 New York's Lizette Nunez to get the very latest on the migrant crisis out in that area. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Jeanne Francine. As we continue to follow top stories and headlines of the day, New York City is parting ways with controversial medical company DocGo. The issue is they were tasked with serving for about 3,600 migrants in the city's care. Fox 5 New York's Lizette Nunez is joining us live in Midtown with more on what this means for migrants in the shitty shelter system. Lizette, good morning.
Good morning. Well, since the start, there were a lot of concerns surrounding DocGo. One of them being just how expensive the contract with New York City was within the last year. There were also questions on whether or not DocGo had enough experience to deal with the migrant crisis. City will be dropping its contract with a medical company hired to provide services to migrants. DocGo was given a controversial $432 million no-bid contract to care for asylum seekers. The company quickly faced accusations that range from wasting food as well as hiring unlicensed security guards and mistreating migrants, according to the New York Times. In a statement, the mayor's chief of staff, Camille Joseph Varlick, writing in part, "We are constantly working to find new ways to better serve those in our care and manage the crisis in a financially responsible way. As part of our work to reduce spending, we will not be renewing the full DACO emergency contract that serves 3,600 migrants at this time." The city will work with the comptroller to pursue a competitive bid contract with a different migrant services provider. Comptroller Brad Lander, an outspoken critic of the company, writing, "After months of warnings about the selection of this vendor and its performance, I'm relieved that the administration finally came to its senses." As New York City continues to receive more asylum seekers, city leaders opened a new shelter located next to the Gowanus Canal in Brooklyn. Neighbors have filed a lawsuit against the city, citing pollution concerns. The city says the shelter meets local and state regulations.
We are also working with the State Department of Environmental Conservation to schedule an additional soil vapor intrusion test at this site, which is not mandatory testing.
So unlike the city, DACO will continue to serve migrant families that are currently living in upstate New York, and that is so children's school year will not be disrupted. That's latest here in Midtown. We'll send things back inside.
All right, Lizette Nunez there with Fox 5 New York. We appreciate you joining us this morning here on Live Now from Fox. Lizette, you enjoy the rest of your day. And right now, giving you another live look out in New York City, now at 6:51 on the East Coast. A look there right in front of our Fox television studios there as people are getting their day started. The city that never sleeps. That's what New York City is known for. And you can see several people getting their Wednesday morning started. Let's go ahead and go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And when we come back, checking in on live events and, of course, giving you top stories and headlines of the day. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. The time now 6:54 on the East Coast. Good morning to you if you are just now tuning in. Right now, I want to take you out to Cape Canaveral, Florida, to an early morning space launch. This is one that took place as another batch of second-generation Starlink V2 mini internet satellites launched early this morning. I want to play that for you now in full, as it's not something you get to see every day. Let's take a look and listen together.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Engines full power and liftoff. Go Falcon, go Starlink.
Vehicles pitching downrange.
Now Moen 1D team appraisers.
Nominal power and telemetry.
Vehicle is supersonic. Max Q.
And back chilling in for startup.
So some pretty cool video, and they did have some commentary over it. I just wanted to share that with you, as it's not something you get to see every day. A look out in Cape Canaveral, Florida from bright and early this morning as a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket launched another batch of the second-generation Starlink V2 mini internet satellites there into space. And of course, as we get these cool feeds in, we share them with you here on Live Now from Fox. Let's continue with the top stories and headlines of the day this morning. Good morning to you. If you are just now tuning in, I'm Jeanne Francine here with you for your Hump Day headlines. And as we continue to follow those top stories and headlines of the day right now, I want to give you a live look out in southern Israel. Now it's 6:58 on the East Coast. Southern Israel is where those houses are, looking into Gaza and giving you a zoomed in shot of Gaza right now. You can see the Israel-Hamas War rages on. We're learning U.S. President Joe Biden called Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's handling of the war in Gaza a mistake and called for his government to flood Gaza with aid, ramping up pressure on Israel to reach a ceasefire and widening a rift between the two staunch allies that has worsened as this war has dragged on. Of course, we will continue to have updates on that this morning. Also wanting to give you a live look out in Washington, D.C., changing the shot for you now. Very cloudy conditions there this morning as the sun is starting to peek up there over the U.S. Capitol as we continue to follow the very latest of the Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. We are looking ahead, and we know that coming up in the 10 o'clock hour Eastern time, the U.S. House Appropriations Committee will hold a hearing today, and Mayorkas is expected to speak as we continue to follow those headlines. But of course, another top story we are following is weather related, giving you a live look at our XRAD system now at 6:59 on the East Coast. Several states being impacted with severe weather this morning. You see Texas, Louisiana, Tennessee, and it is going over even into Mississippi. since we first came on the air, there were even some reports of tornado watches and warnings. So as I bring this to you, I'm noticing our content partners over at Fox Weather actually hitting on this right now. So let's check in with them now to get the very latest information as they work to get you weather ready.
That curvature. So we'll be watching this supercell that is approaching I-10 in eastern portions of Louisiana. Let's get right to it. A lot to dive into on Fox Weather. And thanks for staying with us this morning. I'm Britta Merwin.
And I'm Bob Van Dillon. And we're watching these supercells rolling in off the Gulf of Mexico through lower Louisiana. And Britta, we've already got that main line with tornado warnings along that. Severe thunderstorm warnings, flash flood warnings, flood watches. I mean, we are just active with activity this morning. We are just aglow.
We do have a flash flood emergency that was triggered in East Texas overnight. We are continuing to watch the conditions in Kirbyville, Texas. That's a town of 2,000 people in East Texas. The state has really had a tough time. Look at Tyler yesterday. This is more inconvenient flooding. You can see this shopping lot completely covered in water. We have areas of the state that are a lot more hard hit than this, but it just shows you a little sampling of what's been happening across the Lone Star State. We've also seen a lot of hail. Let's take you to Crestview, where we had some small hail reported, but other parts of the Lone Star State reporting 3-inch hailstones yesterday. You combine that with the 7 to 9 inches of rain in the last 24 hours. It's been a lot to take on for residents across the Lone Star State. And again, as we mentioned, a lot of these threats now moving into Louisiana. We do have some lightning video to pass along. Thunderstorms around Austin. You can see the illumination of this dusky sky. So these thunderstorms are developing right on the horizon. Just look at the lightning strikes in the cloud deck.
It's beautiful.
It is beautiful, but then you got to think about the impact, too, of severe storms. I mean, that's the tough thing about thunderstorms.
When you're outside of it, it's so interesting to look at. But, yeah, when it's overhead, yeah, forget it. And we've got that going on right now. You talk about rough weather to start out. We've got that tornado watch in effect for lower parts of Louisiana, parts of Texas around the Sabine River. And it's all following that squall line as it races over to the east.
Yeah, let's take a live look at Alexandria. So this is going to give you a good example of the road conditions this morning. Just a lot of rain coming in. And in fact, we're getting new video. So let's go to that. This is out of Texas. Look at these hailstones. Ooh, some of them cracking as they hit the ground.
It looks like golf ball to almost tennis ball size hail right there, smashing down. Yeah, I mean, this is what we're looking at for most of the day. We're going to see these hail makers, especially later this afternoon as we start seeing those thunderstorms with the supercell action develop out ahead of the squall. We're starting to see it already. If we've got video like this already coming in, you know it's going to be a wild day.
It's going to be a long day as well. There's the live look at Alexandria, which right now, steady rain, but you can tell the ponding on the roads. If you are waking up in Houston, you guys heard the storms that rolled through about an hour ago. That is going to leave behind some nasty conditions. So although the worst of the weather has moved out of the Houston area, this is what your morning commute is going to look like, exactly what we're tracking in Alexandria. So just take it slow, allow for extra time. We do have power outages being reported in southeast Texas because of the severe weather that rolled through overnight, which now is still continuing to cause an issue in East Texas and Louisiana. So a tornado watch is still in progress. That's up until about 7, 9 o'clock this morning. It's going to just be adjusted. Be, forewarned that Louisiana is going to be under the threat of tornadoes and flash flooding for pretty much the whole day.
Yep.
The risk for severe weather is significant. Bob, this is a 4 out of 5. In the peak of severe weather season, you probably get about 2 of these types of alerts in any given month, so it is an aggressive warning.
That's the lower half of Mississippi, and it's in the southwestern quadrant of Alabama. That's where it really is going to be focused in on, but this entire region is going to get just pounded with heavy rain, hailstones, isolated tornadoes. But the real threat looks like it's going to be where the clearing skies were earlier this morning. Northern sections of, it looks like the Boot Heel getting in there around Louisiana, just north of Baton Rouge. That region right there is getting the sunshine. But look at the thunderstorms that are already firing up out of the Gulf of Mexico.
There's those supercells.
These are supercells. And you're looking at the shape. You showed it before. They do have some hooks going on right here, which would indicate some rotation going on, maybe a little rear flanking downshift trying to develop right here. But no tornado warning just yet. Radar indicates, though, you're looking at 60-mile-per-hour winds at least, with some large hail as a possibility. Look at the dry area right there. And this is the enhanced satellite imagery. And right in this region is what we're watching for the clearing out of the sky. So that is really going to be a focal point for severe thunderstorms later today. Drying air, little daytime heating, destabilizes the action very quickly.
Here's the power outage map. For Texas, we're seeing improvements. Right now, sitting about 55,000 customers without power. We were in the low 60s about an hour ago. Straight line winds, that can add to the power loss problem. I mean, aside from the tornado threat, I mean, Bob, we could have winds that are gusting above 75 miles per hour
today. The entire region's
today.
under a wind advisory. This is without thunderstorms, 45-mile-per-hour gusts. New Orleans all the way through middle parts of Alabama, too. Now, we got some new video coming in. Want to share it with you. This is some flash flooding going on. Here we are. Where's this from? This is coming out from Texas again.
Exactly where we just saw the hail.
The hail makers. Look at the water just running up very high, very quickly.
You can't even tell where the creek is and where the park is.
That's dangerous. And we've got almost nonstop lightning going on the horizon. That's what it looked like earlier. I mean, that is an amazing video. This is brand new coming in for you. You're watching it live right here, coming in live with us. The first time that we're seeing it. It's just from a couple minutes ago. So that is absolutely amazing video out of Texas. We've got flash flood warnings, brand new ones around the lower parts of Louisiana. Vernon Parish, you're in there also. Let me show you what we're watching right there. This is the squall line as it races by. A flash flood emergency is still out there for Texas. And you can see what we're watching, Jasper, Newton, those regions right here. And the whole thing is sliding over to the east. So that very heavy batch of rain is dropping rainfall rates of about 1 to 2 inches per hour. And as that upper level low begins to swing out of northern Texas into Arkansas and western parts of really Tennessee, it's going to push that line eastward ahead of it. So all that heavy rain is going to shift its focus from Texas and Louisiana into lower Mississippi, lower Alabama, lower parts of Georgia and Florida. And that's going to be later on this afternoon through the overnight hours, Britta.
And that's the tough thing, is that there's not much of a break. There's a lot of upper level support. So daytime hours will make the conditions worse. But because we have the upper level support, you don't get a break in the overnight hours. It allows it to hold together and sustain itself as it works farther off to the east. So I think about Georgia. I mean, we're probably going to have some severe weather warnings that are continuing as we go to bed tonight and wake up early tomorrow morning.
Look how much rain has already fallen. So you see the reds getting peppered in there by the Mississippi River.
That's over 8 inches.
5 to 8 to even getting in close to 9 inches of rain. Exactly. And that area, that's the footprint of the heaviest rain that we've seen since yesterday, overnight tonight. This morning, it looks like it's going to start to drop down to the south just a little bit, following out those outflow boundaries from the storms from last night. Either way, that low-level jet is going to be oriented directly off the Gulf of Mexico, blasting into Louisiana and Mississippi over the next 12 to 24 hours. That means very heavy rain sliding in that direction all the way out through Florida. And severe weather tomorrow, too, Britta. We're not done by any stretch.
No, that's for sure. That's a look at the surplus, of course. We have areas that have gotten almost more than a foot of extra rain. And it's only April. So as Bob said, the threat just continues to push out towards the east for tomorrow. A couple things to point out about tomorrow's severe weather threat. Although it's possible from the Gulf Coast all the way up to the shores of Lake Erie, there's 2 specific spots where you have a highlighted chance of severe weather. One of which, South Georgia, North Florida. That's going to be a morning time frame tomorrow. So you really don't get a break. As you go to bed tonight, you need to be ready to go. Tomorrow morning, you're waking up in the thick of it. For the Ohio Valley, that's not until the afternoon. Let's dive into the southern part of this, and this is going to be triggered by the fronts moving through. It's a 2 out of 5 warning for severe weather, so a lower threat level than yesterday, or today, pardon me. But the threat that we have for tomorrow, Bob, everything's still on the board. It's the occurrence. It's the amount that we're going to see. It's going to be less reports than what come in today for sure.
Yeah, for
There's
Florida.
a live look at Jacksonville. Not too shabby today.
Looks pretty. Yeah, it's going to be a nice day today. Temperatures into the 80s. It's going to feel comfortable for sure. The storm. But you're right. And you talk about the severe weather threat for lower Georgia, Florida. It's the ongoing stuff from tonight that's going to be flowing into that region tomorrow morning early. Little daytime heating out ahead of that. We'll probably get some more resurgence around middle parts of Florida, the peninsula, Orlando, Tampa, that region right there. But it looks like the main forcing is going to be peeling out of there. So that's why it's only 2 out of 5 on the bad scale. But we still have the threat of an isolated tornado or 2 in that region.
And that's the key word, isolated. Today's threat is widespread.
Yeah.
Broaching on an outbreak. Tomorrow, it is going to be more isolated in nature, but we will see widespread thunderstorm activity. You can see that on our exclusive Fox model. After lunchtime tomorrow, still looking at the Carolinas, but in the afternoon, although we're looking at severe weather possible for the Carolinas, a lot of the focus Thursday afternoon will go up to the northern part of this across the Ohio
I think
Valley.
Georgia and the Florida rain is going to rob the humidity for the most part and for the real unstable conditions for the Carolinas. But still, on the backside of it, a little resurgence.
Rain for sure.
Yeah, I think we're going to get that, but it's going to be in 2 main spots.
There's the afternoon problem.
That's the low pressure region at the surface. Going to get some spin going. So those are big cities: Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Columbus. right on down through Lexington. So we're watching this area for sure for the possibility of isolated tornadoes tomorrow afternoon. All right, but ahead of this, we got warm air. Yesterday, man, New York City hit 80 degrees. Much cooler today, but the warm air is going to be pushed all the way through the Great Lakes today, the upper Midwest, Minneapolis, St. Paul, 70 degrees today, but there is rain in store, and it's going to be heavy times around that work week. Travel concerns, yeah, we've got them, not just today, but all the way through probably Saturday morning. We'll be right back.
And we appreciate our content partners over at Fox Weather as they work to keep us weather ready this morning. And just don't forget, you can get all of your weather-related headlines by searching Watch Fox Weather on any web browser. Right now, we're actually getting a pretty cool image coming into our Live Now from Fox Studios. You see it there on your screen. These are the little parachutes of humanitarian aid dropping into the Gaza area. As you all know, even before the Israel-Hamas War started, there was a looming humanitarian crisis, but even more of a humanitarian crisis now as we are well over 6 months into this war. And there are the aid packages dropping down. It looks like, I wish they would pan the camera so you all could get a better shot. There we go. I guess they heard me. Zooming out a little bit so you could see. But yeah, a few hundred aid packages dropping down. Not a lot of aid if you put things into perspective of the hundreds upon thousands of people that are displaced because of this war. But as we continue to talk about the very latest of the war right now, I want to give you the very latest information. As we know, 6 months after Hamas's brutal attack on Israel, dozens of hostages are still being held in Gaza. Their families were in Washington Tuesday. The international community has a deal on the table, but we're told Hamas has yet to react. Fox News senior national correspondent Kevin Corke joins us now with more from Washington.
Family members of American hostages met with Vice President Kamala Harris Tuesday, advocating for their release. The remaining hostages have been held by Hamas in Gaza for more than 6 months. Their loved ones pushing for action.
There are 133 cherished souls who are being held there, and it is time. We don't want any more progress. We want results.
Parents calling on Hamas to accept a hostage deal that's currently on the table.
It is completely in Hamas's court.
We are demanding from the international community, all the partners that are working on this deal, Qatar, Egypt, and others, to put maximum pressure to get Hamas to say yes.
That deal includes a 6-week pause in the fighting and the swap of dozens of hostages. International efforts to broker a hostage release deal are underway in Cairo this week.
There was a marathon session that went late into the night among the United States, Israel, Qatar, and Egypt.
Critics pointing out that the quickest way to a deal isn't turning on Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. President Biden had a pointed phone call with him last week after 7 aid workers were killed in an airstrike in Gaza.
They're basically trying to make Netanyahu the boogeyman rather than focusing their ire on Hamas.
Since Biden's phone call with Mr. Netanyahu, more humanitarian assistance has flowed into Gaza, with another aid pier likely becoming operational at some point next week. In Washington, I'm Kevin Corke, Fox News.
All right, Kevin, thank you so much for that update. Switching gears now to give you an update on a topic we are also following this morning here on Live Now from Fox as it relates to that deadly Key Bridge collapse that happened in Baltimore. We know Maryland's governor made the short trip down to Washington on Tuesday to meet with congressional lawmakers about the response to the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapse. Fox News Chief Washington correspondent Mike Emanuel joins us now with more on how the federal government plans to be involved. Take a listen.
I just want to say on behalf of 6.3 million people that we appreciate it,
Maryland Governor Wes Moore thanking his state's congressional delegation and federal leaders for their support in the aftermath of the deadly Francis Scott Key Bridge collapse 2 weeks ago. The governor reiterated his commitment to bringing closure to the families of those who died and reopening the Port of Baltimore as quickly as possible.
We also know that the support from the federal government and the support of Congress is also going to be imperative in this.
I'm committed to make sure that we navigate this through a bipartisan process.
Maryland's lone Republican in the state's delegation also vowing to not let politics get in the way of recovery efforts. So far, $68 million in federal funding has been allocated to assist in removing debris from the Patapsco River and reopen the shipping channel. President Biden promised the cleanup and reconstruction of the bridge will be completely funded by the federal government. But currently, there's no price tag, and some experts think the entire cost could top $1 billion.
This is a commitment that is normal for this type of a catastrophic loss of a major infrastructure in our country.
Tuesday, Governor Moore also signed the Port Act into law. It provides economic relief to hard-hit workers and businesses and creates a scholarship fund for the children of the 6 construction workers who died. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
Mike, thank you so much. Now at 7:16 on the East Coast, giving you a live look out in Washington, D.C., the U.S. Capitol there. The sun is up, but very cloudy conditions out there in D.C., a lot of cloud cover. So the sun trying to peek through there in the distance. We're going to go ahead and go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. But when we come back, checking in with Aubrey Jewett to get the very latest. As we know, as we look ahead today, the U.S. House Appropriations Committee will hold a hearing, and we know that the Homeland Security Secretary, Alejandro Mayorkas, will be questioned and expected to speak. More details in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. I'm Jeanette Francine. As we continue with your Wednesday morning headlines, we know Speaker Mike Johnson will delay sending the House's articles of impeachment against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas to the Senate this week, as previously planned, after Republican senators requested more time Tuesday to build support for holding a full trial. The sudden change of plans casting fresh doubts on the proceedings, the historic first impeachment of a cabinet secretary in roughly 150 years. Meanwhile, the U.S. House Appropriations Committee is set to hold a hearing today, and Mayorkas is expected to speak and also be questioned. Joining us live this morning to further explain is Associate Professor and Assistant School Director at the University of Central Florida, Mr. Aubrey Pruitt. Good morning to you. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me on.
So for those that are unfamiliar with what's going on with Alejandro Mayorkas, could you catch us up? How did we even get to this point?
Well, we got to this point because what many Americans view as a crisis at the border. We have seen lots and lots and lots of people crossing the border since President Biden took office. And the polls show that the vast majority of Americans are concerned about the illegal immigration issue. Of course, there's a big difference between Republicans and Democrats, but nonetheless, Mayorkas, as the head of Homeland Security and thus the head of border security, has been at the forefront of this controversy. And to make the long story short, Republicans in the House think that he has lied to Congress and that he's broken the law, or he's not enforced the immigration laws. And so they've brought 2 articles of impeachment, and they voted on them, and they passed, but just by a slim margin. And they were expected to send those articles of impeachment to the Senate today or yesterday, and then the Senate would traditionally hold a trial. But now they're not sending them over right now because Senate Republicans fear that Senate Democrats who are in control will just basically say, okay, we're going to have like a 2-minute trial and say these charges don't have merit and just dismiss it. So that's kind of where we're at right now.
I appreciate you catching us up to speed and with that recap, Aubrey. So with that postponement, we know the House Appropriations Committee, though, holding a hearing today, and we're supposed to hear from Mayorkas as we look ahead to the 10 o'clock hour Eastern time when that's expected to get underway. What can we expect from this hearing? What can the viewers expect? As we know, sometimes these can be a grilling session, to put it nicely.
Yeah, I mean, I think if I had to pick one word, I'd say fireworks, and not the July 4th or January 1st kind of fireworks, what everybody's looking forward to, but this would be political fireworks. I suspect that the Republicans on the committee will really grill him aggressively, and Democrats will, to some degree, go after him a little bit, more likely defend him. And the thing will become a political spectacle. I mean, technically, this is about the budget hearing and how much money will be given to the Department of Homeland Security. And on the one hand, you might think that Republicans and conservatives would want to give a lot more for border security and this sort of thing. But because Mayorkas is very controversial and because Republicans don't like what the Biden administration has done on immigration, that means that there's a lot more uncertainty about, the budget itself, and basically trying to hold Mayorkas accountable for the immigration crisis.
Aubrey, we've seen the White House stand firm and release statements saying they do not support what is happening to Alejandro Mayorkas, and some feeling that more needs to be done from the Democratic side because of what's happening to him. Could more be done, or is this a wait-and-see game?
Well, in terms of the impeachment, I consider myself sort of a neutral political analyst. I think it oversteps. Impeachment is a political process. So on the one hand, if the House votes that they think that there's 2 charges that he's done wrong, then they're entitled to do that. But then on the other hand, if you look at the standard of high crimes and misdemeanors, there's a lot of folks, including a number of Republicans, including conservative groups like the Wall Street Journal editorial page, that have kind of suggested, okay, yeah, this is really pretty overtly political. In terms of what we might see going forward, I think what most Americans would like to see is actually some effective policies put in place that will slow down illegal immigration and that will process people who are applying for either a parole or for legal immigration status. They would like to see those people processed a lot more quickly and a decision made, either, hey, to send them back or allow them to stay. It is interesting to me that there is bipartisan agreement, meaning both Republicans and a lot of Democrats think that immigration is not being handled well right now by the Biden administration. And that kind of overshadows the presidential election coming up as well.
And I'm so glad you mentioned that, because we saw what happened at the Texas border when former President Donald Trump went out there, and then current President Joe Biden, a blame game back and forth. And then we've also seen the Texas governor put out that operation, putting military officials out there along the Texas border to kind of help with that. But some people wanting to know, let's say that the Homeland Security Secretary is removed. Does that fix the problem, or will the problem still be there?
Yeah, I mean, that's symbolic of the problem. But yeah, the removal of Mayorkas would not, in my view, do anything to resolve the issue. I mean, we'd get a new Secretary of Homeland Security, but they would still be trying to implement the Biden policies, and of course, still trying to implement whatever Congress could do. And, you know, Congress also has itself to blame here a little bit, because there was a bipartisan bill, at least in the Senate, there was a bipartisan bill that was going to actually spend more money to try to crack down on illegal immigration. And then Donald Trump came out against it, and he pretty much said that he was against it because politically it would help Joe Biden and the Democrats in the election. So, you know, I think there's some blame to go around on both parties right now. There's been some ineffective policies, and perhaps the Biden administration hasn't done as good a job as they could have done. But then on the other hand, Republicans have opened themselves up to charges that they're just being political, whether it's this impeachment trial or whether it was the bipartisan deal that they in the end scotched and backed away from, even though they would have gotten quite a bit of what they wanted.
Well, Arbor, you know, I always thoroughly enjoy speaking with you. All things politics, you're great when it comes to putting things into perspective. Before I let you go, is there anything you'd like to add, as we are all looking ahead to this 10 o'clock hour when he is expected to speak and be questioned out this House Appropriations Committee hearing?
Well, I guess my last thought would be, since those articles of impeachment have not been transferred to the Senate yet, then, as I said, fireworks at this hearing today, and they'll probably bring up quite a bit of what is in those charges, and perhaps even add additional complaints. And the idea is to sort of try to prep the stage in the Senate. Republicans in the Senate would like to have a full, at least some Republicans in the Senate, I should say, would like to have a full-fledged trial, probably lasting multiple days, rather than just having a 5-minute thing where Chuck Schumer says, okay, we're holding a trial, he's not guilty, and that's it, right? So this now becomes, the committee hearings today, in brief, now becomes sort of a precursor to what may happen with these impeachment charges.
Arbor Druid, thank you so much for joining us on this Wednesday, putting all of these things into perspective as we do look ahead to the 10 o'clock hour for this House Appropriations Committee hearing. We appreciate your dialogue and your expertise. You enjoy the rest of your day.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Giving you a live look again now at 7:27 on the East Coast. Out in Washington, D.C. at the U.S. Capitol, some cloudy and overcast conditions out there for those residents. And you never know, rain could be in the forecast, as we know that several areas are experiencing rain and tornado warnings as I speak. We're going to go ahead and go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. And when we come back, continuing with those live events, top stories, and headlines of the day. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Right now, I want to switch gears and show you all a pretty cool event coming out of Paris, France. So this is the Eiffel Tower rope climbing world record attempt. They are attempting to climb a 110-meter rope thrown across the center of the forecourt of the Eiffel Tower to reach the second floor. Now, the record is set on the length and not the stopwatch, but I want you all to just see this really quickly. Not something you get to see every day, and pretty cool to see as you start your Wednesday morning. Let's listen in.
C'est ça. Il va falloir reculer.
Ouais, et là-bas c'était mieux. Ouais.
On va mettre le 14. s'est fait avoir.
So a pretty cool look out there in Paris, France. Definitely not something you see every day, and I'm sure not something you all thought you all would see as you tuned in this morning. This lady participating in this Eiffel Tower rope climbing world record attempt. You can see she is harnessed in, and looks like her arms are getting a little tired right there. Let's continue to watch as all of this unfolds. So a lot of excitement out there in Paris, France, and probably a little fear as well as we're watching this lady compete in this Eiffel Tower rope climbing world record attempt. They did zoom out just to show you how high up off the ground this is. A very brave woman, because I will tell you all, heights and my fear, this is not something that would have been successful on my end. But as they zoom in, you can see her still working there, climbing that rope, working to obtain the Eiffel Tower rope climbing world record. So a pretty cool shot out of Paris, France. And, you know, right here on Live Now from Fox, we do work to give you cool shots from around the world as we are working to give you those live events, top stories, and headlines on this Wednesday morning. Right now, I want to switch gears, though, and turn to a live picture coming out of Phoenix, Arizona on this Wednesday morning, April 10th. Now at 7:45 on the East Coast. This sets the stage as we are looking ahead and giving you more information about a state Supreme Court decision in Arizona as it relates to abortion. We're going to go ahead and go to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. But when we come back, checking in with Fox News Channel's Doug Luzader for the very latest on this topic that many of you all have been discussing. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Jeanne Francine. Heading back out to Phoenix, Arizona, giving you a live look now at 7:47 on the East Coast. We know a state Supreme Court decision in Arizona has once again thrust abortion front and center in the race for the White House. Justices there reviving a near total ban on abortions from a law dating back to the 1800s. Fox's Doug Luzader joining us live this morning from Washington on what this will mean out on the campaign trail. Doug, good morning.
Good morning. It's hard to ignore the timing here with this Arizona ruling coinciding with former President Trump's decision to leave this matter up to the states. There have been protests over abortion in Arizona, but what happened yesterday at the Supreme Court there took this all to another level.
This is a major swing state saying abortion is nearly totally illegal. It comes in an election year when this state will be crucial to deciding the presidency and control of the Senate.
Whatever they decide must be the law of the land.
It was just a day after former President Trump said states should make these decisions on their own. That was essentially what the U.S. Supreme Court said when it overturned Roe v. Wade. And that has Arizona reverting back now to an 1864 ban on the procedure, with the only exception being to save the life of the mother. The White House blamed Trump.
When the president's predecessor handicapped 3 Supreme Court justices to overturn Roe v. Wade, it paved the way for the chaos and confusion we're seeing play out across the country today.
The old Arizona law does run afoul of what Trump says he wants to see, which at least includes exceptions for rape and incest. But this is an issue that President Biden hopes will drive Democratic and independent turnout in November. And even some Republicans say the old Arizona law goes too far.
And I hope that Arizonans will fix it. But right now, the law of the land is that Arizona has to fix it themselves.
All right, now there is an effort in Arizona, meantime, to amend the state constitution to allow most abortions. Back to you guys.
Doug Luzader there with Fox News Channel. Doug, you know we always appreciate you giving us the very latest top stories and headlines. You enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Giving you another live look now at 7:50 on the East Coast out in Phoenix, Arizona. And as this story continues to unfold and develop, you'll get the very latest information right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And when we come back, heading out to Brussels, Belgium, where there's a debate underway on migration and asylum. The details in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, we are 8 minutes from the top of the hour. Now it's 7:52 on the East Coast, taking you out live now to Brussels, Belgium. As we continue to give you live events, we know a debate is underway right now with European Parliament, where they are discussing the EU migration and asylum package. Let's listen in. I'll also pop up some boxes on your screen of top stories we're following this morning right here on Live Now from Fox.
Pero en realidad trabajan para los depredadores que utilizarán a esos ilegales como mano de obra barata.
Those who would prey on us, lowering our salaries by bringing in workers who would create social dumping. Now, we should not have this type of a policy in Europe. The majority of Europeans realize that, and we are now undertaking the measures to uphold our security, protect employment, and protect the future of Europeans. And Eurodac is just the first step in that direction. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. Now I should like to give the floor to the next reporter, Ms. Björk.
Tack så mycket.
Thank you very much. The Left Party is highly critical of the agreement that's being debated on and put to the vote today. Hundreds of NGOs and organisations who work with the reception of migrants and life-saving have been very clear. We will say no to this agreement. The vote that will take place later will not resolve the problems that it was meant to resolve. There won't be an automatic redistribution of those seeking protection. The first country of arrival will still be responsible. There's no real solidarity built in here. Nothing is being done, absolutely nothing, to stop the death in the Mediterranean. On the contrary, the borders which become more and more closed off will see more brutality, and so people have to take worse risks and take more dangerous routes. We'll get more of what is not working. And I wish that more of you had been there and seen what happens at the EU's borders, because we'll have more systematic defence, detention of people at the EU's borders, with the dehumanization that involves. We'll see more violence and humiliation, and I can assure you there's a lot of that already. We'll see deterrence, and we'll see defence, we'll see detention. We'll see more cooperation with despots. You remember we started with Turkey, but here we are, the Libyan so-called Coast Guard, which is forcing people back to violence and torture, where people are turning people back to them to be tortured. We're doing everything to stop people coming to us. One of the most serious problems with this agreement is that the individual right to seek asylum is being attacked. It's being undermined in a terrible way, because the EU will be able to say, you came from a so-called safe third country. You won't even get a request for protection monitored. So your request for protection will not even be checked. And that's basically undermining the right to asylum. And many of you here say, well, we couldn't have done anything else. We've heard this before, haven't we? Tina, there is no alternative. Well, why are you involved in politics if you're happy with this dystopian falling in with the right-wing footsteps, the extremists? That's not the way the left party wants to go. We, from all parties, we all know that we can do things better. We've proved that. When Putin's bombs were falling on Ukrainian citizens, we made sure that we gave protection to those who had to flee. That is the path we should have taken. That is still the path we should choose, not this brutal, dehumanized way. There is a proposal that actually is quite prominent amongst the proposals, and that is a left report from me about a migrant quota system to make sure the most vulnerable migrants will be helped. We work with UNHCR and others. We make sure we support those countries who are having to take in many migrants, sometimes millions of migrants. That is what we do in the left. We roll up our sleeves when the rest of your political families here want to close off borders, increase brutality, get rid of the right to asylum. We on the left open up safe and legal routes for migration. This package, including the migrant quota system, is not obligatory for member states, but it is one way for people to find a safe route to Europe, and I'm proud of that. And I hope that every single member state takes this opportunity to protect people, those who are seeking protection in Europe, because that is the Europe that people want to see. They don't want to be part of a dystopian Europe where the only choice is to kowtow to the nationalist right. We know that we can do things better, so make sure you vote through the left forces when you have an opportunity to go to the ballot box in June. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. The next rapporteur is Mr. Nemec.
Wysoki Zbor.
Thank you very much. Europe is at a turning point. Migration and asylum policy are amongst the most decisive topics for our citizens and for the politics as a whole, and often that means manipulation, blackmail, or excuses. Now, we felt these consequences across the Schengen area, and reform of the entire area of migration was absolutely necessary. In the long run, the survival of the Union will depend on this. Therefore, following 8 years of blockage and several attempts, we have succeeded. Later on, we will be voting on the entire package of revised migration and asylum legislation. With them, Europe enters a new era. What we have on the table is not a perfect solution, but it is a compromise. But reform is a strategic necessity, and we in the European Parliament accept with a heavy heart. But we will not run away from our responsibility. Europeans expect this from us. I myself was the rapporteur for the revision of the qualification regulation. Before that, it was negotiated by Tanja Fajon, my colleague, and I'd like to thank her. The bulk of the text had already been agreed upon in 2018. Back then, Europe and the world were different. I am convinced that such a text would not have been possible at that time. So, the proposed qualification regulation was part of the first failed asylum policy reform in 2016. The regulation will replace the existing qualifications directive and provides, on the one hand, standards regarding the conditions for obtaining international protection in the Union, either refugee status or subsidiary protection status, and on the other hand, the rights of the beneficiaries in case of a positive decision. This regulation will have a disincentive effect on asylum shopping and thus indirectly on the occurrence of secondary migration. Until now, the application of the directive had been extremely arbitrary amongst countries. It was implemented in national legislation via a directive, but there were major discrepancies. We know of cases, for example, where an applicant for international protection from Afghanistan had virtually zero chance of a positive decision in one member state and nigh on 100% chance of receiving it in another member state. We hope that such stories will be a thing of the past and that Europe will really come to life in this area as well. Let me now just focus on the main points of substance. Among the main achievements of the qualification regulation is the uniform minimum length of residence permit. So this will be 3 years for a refugee, 1 year for subsidiary protection, and 2 years if renewed. The renewal of the status will not be automatic or mandatory. The status belongs to the beneficiary as long as there is a need for this protection, and I'm particularly proud of this aspect. We also managed to expand the definition of family for the purposes of this regulation. One of the new things in the regulation is the assessment of the availability of international protection. It was thanks to the Parliament that we were able to severely limit this principle. This will be mandatory, only in cases where prosecution of the applicant is not carried out by the state. Refugees will also receive more protection due to the faster issuance of residence permits, which must also be free of charge. According to the new rules, the period of stay, will start. The period of stay is counted towards the period of obtaining a permanent residence permit. This will now be counted for the time of the application was submitted and not before, only half the time from filing the application to recognition of protection. The processing of applications can take more than a year in some cases, so this change is extremely important. Now, beneficiaries will also be treated equally with citizens of the host country in terms of the rights such as social, health care, and access to work and education. Under the new law, unaccompanied minors, we know that they are specifically vulnerable, will be entitled to more protection and safeguards. And in this case, I am also extremely proud of the Parliament's success, and I'd like to thank you, colleagues, for your attention, and I hope that we will vote in favor of this.
So that gentleman wrapping up his comments there in Brussels, Belgium, as EU Parliament. They are debating a migration and asylum package. On the right side of your screen, that bottom box, a live look out at the U.S. Capitol as we are looking ahead to the 10 o'clock hour as the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas is facing a House hearing. But right now, as we continue to bring you top stories and headlines, we are tracking your weather-related headlines. As you can see, several systems brewing as it relates to tornado warnings, thunderstorms, heavy winds, and even hail. Let's check in with our content partners over at Fox Weather as new tornado warnings have just come up on their scanner. Let's listen in.
Yeah, we have 3 chasers that are out, Vince, Corey, and Brandon, most of them making a northerly approach into the weather itself. There's a look at radar. We have a line of very strong storms moving into Jennings. This is along I-10. There's about 10,000 folks that live in Jennings, and they're under a tornado warning. So find that safe spot. There's a look at the watch. That's up until 1 p.m.
Yeah, and that includes New Orleans. So we're going to continue to monitor the severe thunderstorm risk all day long. These storms could have a major impact on the Big Easy. So you've got a flood watch, and you also have the tornado watch out there. Our very own Robert Ray is on Bourbon Street right now in New Orleans, and you're riding out the threat so far. Robert, how does it feel out there? Does it feel real juicy humid?
It was moments ago, Bob, Britta, and everyone watching. And now look at this torrential rain coming in. Lloyd, if you can, walk up and show them Bourbon Street. Right now, you hear the train in the distance, and you see that heavy rain just starting to come down. You've got gusty winds as well. A person walking with their umbrella down below. And you just feel it here as we are under tornado watches until this afternoon. As you guys have been forecasting tornado warnings up in Baton Rouge right now. Wind advisory, heavy wind advisory happening. But Bob, to your question, that juiciness, I was just using that exact term moments ago. In fact, about 15 minutes ago, Lloyd has to wipe off the lens here because it is coming down that hard. But yes, it was still, the clouds were moving very quick above the French Quarter in New Orleans. And, you know, it just, that humidity, and you felt it. You knew that we were on just the edge of this storm about to make its way in. Most of New Orleans is shut down today. City governments, town halls, or city hall rather, many of the schools have shut down. New Orleans is going to hunker down during this today. French Quarter Fest is ahead this weekend. Certainly they hope that nothing catastrophic happens here in the New Orleans area as many tourists are beginning to flock in. We got here last night from Indianapolis about 1 o'clock in the morning Central Time. Lloyd drove the Fox Weather Beast all the way down 14, 15 hours, and we got here in the nick of time as this rain is coming. Lloyd, look at that, if you can. Show them. Look at the amount of water that is just pounding out of those pipes off of the old road, or out of the old buildings here. So we're going to be monitoring this throughout the day. I just hope that these areas that are under those tornado warnings, that nothing significant occurs. It's just the last thing any of these towns in the South need to see, as Bourbon Street is likely going to look like this all day long, guys. Back to you.
Well, and that's the tough thing, Robert, is that this is a marathon for Louisiana. So, you know, this is the action that you're getting just with these thunderstorms that are streaming in off the Gulf of Mexico. You still have the real deal that's approaching in from the west that's already produced tornado damage in Port Arthur, Texas.
It's going to come in waves for you, Robert. You got the heavy rain this morning. You got the squall line that races in for you later on this morning to the early afternoon. So, man, you're in it to win it the next 6 hours at least. So we go from there to a tornado warning.
Brand new tornado warning.
St. Landry Parish in Louisiana, brand new tornado warning for you also. And you can see the radar picture right there. It's a mess, but it's that region right here in the middle of the screen that's flashing red. So that is a supercell. Look at the hail core on that. Tennis ball size hail. That's what it's tagged with. That's that darker shade that's out by, what was that, Ville Platte right there.
We do have a storm chaser that's intercepting this storm. Corey's on the road right now. We've been watching his live stream behind scenes, so we'll continue to monitor that, but he would be in position to intercept this supercell. A lot of energy with this. I mean, gosh, the fact that we're getting reports of possibly tennis ball size hail, winds that are very strong as well. Not only the fact that we have a potential tornado on the ground, but the fact that we could have strong straight line winds mixing down as well. Moving to our hail tracker, this is just giving you a sense of the hail that we're picking up. We're starting to get into the moderate zone here. So our radar is estimating that we could have hailstones bigger than 1.5 inches. Here's Corey's shot. So Corey, our storm chaser, is intercepting this tornado-warned storm that we're bringing to you live on Fox Weather.
Remember, Opelousas was actually in that tornado-warned area just about 5 minutes ago. So now he's driving through that region.
Look at how dark it's gotten.
Yeah, he's punching right through the core.
I mean, I realize it's the beginning of the morning, but Corey's shot about 10 minutes ago was not as dark as this.
Right. So
the severe weather making a component here.
So that's the region right there, Britta, and it's just what road is that? It's north of the region.
Interstate 49 is included in this. That moves north of Opelousas and then moves up towards the north into where the rotation would be.
Yeah.
So your bottom left is matching the radar on the right, just to give you a little vantage point of where you sit in Louisiana. This is along Interstate 49, north of I-10. Impressive weather here. So a possible tornado in progress. We have a tornado warning that's out. Also, our radar is indicating that we could have hailstones in excess of 2 inches in diameter.
Right, it's tennis ball size hail as it rolls up to the north. With every single sweep we get, it looks a little bit worse when it comes to the hail. You got to get over to the east a little bit farther. Rosedale, that region right there, that's a tornado warning also. And again, that's not wrapped up with the main line. These are all ahead of it. We call it discrete supercells, and that's what's rolling out ahead of it.
Check out the winds on Brandon's shot.
Yeah, look at the wind.
The bottom left is Corey, our storm chaser, that is showing you the tornado warned storm that we are showing you also on radar. But Corey's shot in comparison to Brandon, so Brandon's on the top left. It really shows you how strong the winds are. So it's incredible. You start to get into these bowed segments on the radar, and we could have winds that are gusting stronger than 65 miles per hour.
Looking at that, you're right.
This is wind-driven rain that's coming right at Brandon's windshield.
That's the horizontal rain that we're watching, and that's most likely coming in with that squall that's off to the west. And you can see it right there past Kinder and Jennings. That's the main squall line. But the severe thunderstorm warnings are all being replaced at this point with tornado warnings that we've seen. It was right around Baton Rouge before. Now you can see it's off towards your west down I-10. And it's holding together. I mean, we still have that nice little tail end to it, which is indication of some rotation as that rear flanking downdraft tries to rotate around the bottom of the storm and carve out a tornado itself. That's right where that 10 is on the I-10 corridor. Now you zoom into the area with the heaviest rain, and that's Opelousas. So you can see it by I-49. That's the wind-driven rain for sure. We've got the hailmakers out here. Look at that, Britta. We've got the telltale signs of rotation when it looks at the velocity. It's actually tightened up over the last 2 sweeps. So over the last 6 minutes or so, we've seen this thing tighten up. If there's a tornado on the ground, it's going to be right on that area that's the red and the
We almost have like a greenish tint to the sky. So what we're showing you on the right is the rotation that our radar is picking up with this tornado-warned storm over Interstate 49.
Directly over 49.
The live look of that is your bottom left. That's our storm chaser, Corey. So he's showing you the skies around this area and the actual visual observations of what the radar is to the right. Look at the sky that Corey's showing you right now.
But by the way, we're going to talk to Corey
how dynamic it is, how dark it is.
We're going to talk to him here shortly, but I want to see what's going on with that radar. If you look at the rotation,
just look at him giving you a skyline right now.
Just look at the color of the sky, like you said. It's greenish. There you go. And now the sun's come up. You can see the cloud formations pretty well. Zoom into the Baton Rouge one real quickly. That one's in a highly populated area also. Steven, you get to that one right here. Let's take a look at that one. That's just north of I-10. You can see it's west of Baton Rouge. It looks like it's
this one's going to miss Baton Rouge, but it's going to move up towards New Roads and Zachary.
Look at the tail on that thing right there. You can see the RFD, the rear flanking down, just kind of spinning it around on the other side. If you look at the rotation real quick, it looks like we're going to see that area moving up to the north and east as well. So we'll be having all this. We'll track out these storms coming up. We're going to talk to Brandon on the other side of the break. Stay with us. We'll be following us all day long. Live look at New Orleans, tornado watch for the rest of the morning.
And we appreciate Fox Weather as they are our headquarters for all things weather related. For the latest weather related headlines, don't forget you can search Watch Fox Weather on any web browser. And right now I want to give you all another live look at our Live Now from Fox XRAD system. And my goodness, just truly compelling to see how this system is traveling. And you can see all of the states and cities being impacted. We have Texas, Louisiana, Tennessee, Mississippi, and then it's traveling eastward. So I wonder if this time tomorrow, if areas such as Florida, we do see some of the Carolina, Charlotte, getting some green there in blue. So we know Charlotte is getting some rain this morning. But as far as like more potential threats, probably coming tomorrow. So, of course, as we continue to track these systems here on Live Now from Fox, you will be the first to know. And this is something you should not take lightly. Again, as these systems happen, you should already have a weather plan in mind. So if you don't, now is the time to do so, because by the time the storm hits, it's honestly too late. Several thousands of people without power at this hour, and tornado warnings underway, tornado watches, heavy thunderstorms, lightning, and heavy winds and also hail. So this is an ever-developing situation. And again, you can get the latest information right here on Live Now from Fox. The time now 8:13 on the East Coast. Good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in on this Wednesday, it is April 10th. Let's go ahead and go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And when we come back, more live events, top stories, and headlines of your Wednesday morning. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Jeanne Francine. Right now, I want to take you out to Washington, D.C., a very cloudy and overcast Washington, D.C. now at 8:16 on the East Coast. Cloudy conditions. The sun is up, but it looks like rain is about to break through those clouds at any moment. But we're out here because we are following the very latest of your political headlines. We know Speaker Mike Johnson will delay sending the House's articles of impeachment against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas to the Senate this week, as previously planned, after Republican senators requested more time Tuesday to build support for holding a full trial. We know the sudden change of plans cast fresh doubts on the proceedings, the historic first impeachment of a cabinet secretary in roughly 150 years. Meanwhile, today, the U.S. House Appropriations Committee holding a hearing, and Mayorkas is expected to speak. Joining us live this morning to further explain and put all of this into perspective is political journalist Nicolai Corte. Good morning to you, Nicolai. Always a pleasure speaking with you here on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning. Always a pleasure to be with you.
Good morning to you. So for some of the viewers, this might be their first time hearing of these proceedings, and they might not know what's really going on or how we got to this point. So, Nicolai, you're really good with giving us that recap. Put things into perspective for us. What is the issue? Why is the Homeland Security Secretary even in the hot seat?
Well, it's important to point out to your viewers that this is really about a policy disagreement. This isn't about something that Secretary Mayorkas has done that rises to the standard of high crimes and misdemeanors. We have had very recent lessons in impeachment with the impeachment of the former president, not once but twice. And so we have a sense of what rises to the occasion and what doesn't. There are both Republicans and Democrats that believe this is not a good use of time. This is not a good use of that tool of impeachment. We know that Senator Romney of Utah, a Republican, has said that he will not vote for the impeachment of Mayorkas, while he also does hold Mayorkas responsible for the crisis at the border. He does not believe that those disagreements in terms of policy rise to impeachment. And it's also important to point out that Secretary Mayorkas was one of the folks that was at the table helping to craft that bipartisan immigration bill that was scuttled by House Republicans, right? And so, do you want to solve the problem at the border, or do you want a political problem that you can run for re-election on? There are a lot of people, both Democrats and Republicans, that are accusing House Republicans in particular of playing politics on this one. And this is the latest in what it looks like.
Nicolai, I'm so glad you mentioned that, because it's been a blame game on both sides. And as you just mentioned, border security at the forefront of these accusations against the Homeland Security Secretary. I want to ask you, because you're so good at putting things into perspective, as you mentioned, he was a part of that bipartisan effort to kind of reel things in. And let's say all of this unfolds and he is impeached. I mean, would that even fix the problem, or the problem still be there? Then they have to point the finger at someone else.
It wouldn't fix the problem, and it wouldn't fund the Department of Homeland Security, who is constantly having to go before Congress to get resources in order to operate. They are perennially underfunded, and that's a problem unto itself. And it's not a problem that has to do specifically with Secretary Mayorkas. And so, this is another example of folks who go to Washington and sort of forget how to deliver for everyday people. We know that there are a number of folks, our fellow Americans, that are on the border. They live in border towns, they live in border states, and are frustrated with the lack of action in terms of handling the crisis at the border. There was a potential solution that was put forward to do that, and it was scuttled by House Republicans who weren't interested in that. You might remember that former President Trump, had reached out to Speaker Johnson, among others, and had reportedly sort of, told them, to sort of stand down and to not vote for that border bill. And so here we are in a situation where House Republicans, have been moving to impeach Secretary Mayorkas. Speaker Johnson, rescheduling that date for sometime early next week. But it is an impeachment inquiry that is sure to fail in the Senate. Senator Schumer, the Senate Majority Leader, has said as much, that they intend to handle this quickly, and they don't intend to act on it. They believe that it is indeed using a very, very, very important tool, the tool of impeachment, as a political cudgel, and we'll have no part of it.
Nicolai, as we look ahead to the 10 o'clock hour, we know the House Appropriations Committee will be holding a hearing today, pretty much focused on the 2025 budget. But we know, as we talk about all of this, Mayorkas will be there, and he will be questioned, or grilled, as many people like to say, hunkering down. So honestly, the border and border security could come up with this questioning. We know they are allowed to ask any question that they want to him. But I want to ask you, as we were talking about the budget with what's happening today and border security, do they kind of go hand in hand?
Absolutely. The budget and border security go hand in hand. The question is, how are we going to deploy that budget? What are we going to invest in? How are we going to fix the broken asylum system that exists in this country? And, I remind your viewers again that asylum is an international human right. And so this isn't something that is elective. There are a number of people that are fleeing countries for a number of reasons, including religious persecution, political persecution. And we have a system set up to make heads or tails of that. We have a system that is set up to really sort of vet and investigate, whether or not there is truth to folks seeking safe haven in our country because of that. And unfortunately, we have underinvested in that system. And so the budget that Senator Mayorkas is going to Congress seeking is going to help the Homeland Security operate more efficiently, more effectively, and that includes more money for border security, more money to support our asylum system, more money to address this problem that Republicans have been running on across the country, where we see examples of Republican governors like Republican Governor Greg Abbott in Texas, Ron DeSantis in Florida, among others, that have been sending migrants from the borders to cities across the country, making a bad problem even worse. And so if we want to do something about it, we've got to invest in solutions. And I would imagine that's going to be a big part of today's hearing with Secretary Mayorkas.
Absolutely. And we've definitely seen Texas Governor Greg Abbott at the forefront. If we look back a few months ago when he announced Operation Lone Star, deploying troops to that area, to man that area, as it was pretty much an influx of migrants entering the U.S. from that Eagle Pass border. Nicolai, always a pleasure speaking with you. We appreciate your dialogue and expertise on these political topics. Before I let you go, is there anything else you'd like to add or anything we need to be keeping a close eye on?
I just think we need to be paying very close attention to not what House Republicans say, but what they do, right? And so they're saying that we have this huge crisis at the border. Aside from, this proposal, which is really dead on arrival in the U.S. Senate, what do they propose to do between now and November to address the border crisis, being that the bipartisan immigration bill that was negotiated was scuttled in the 11th hour? I think that is what voters should be asking for, and I think voters should be getting an answer for that. Remember, a non-answer is also an answer.
Isn't that the truth? A non-answer is an answer. Nicolai, you made me laugh when I said that. Thank you so much again for joining us this morning on Live Now from Fox. You enjoy the rest of your day, okay?
You too.
Thank you so much. As we continue to give you live events, top stories, and headlines this morning, we have to go back to this XRAD visual here on your screen. These storms continue to brew and flow across the southeast this morning, giving you a live look as we have tornado warnings, tornado watches, just heavy wind threats and hail impacting several states this morning, including Texas, Tennessee, Mississippi, even certain parts of the Carolinas. You can see Charlotte is being impacted this morning as we discuss this, and it is flowing eastward, as I mentioned. So areas of Florida could be on alert tomorrow. Checking in with the meteorologist over at Fox 35 this morning, Fox 35 Orlando to be specific. He did mention that tomorrow will be a storm alert day, meaning that they are on weather watch as well. But again, several tornado warnings issued this morning in areas of Texas and Louisiana. And again, this is just another reminder. I might sound like a broken record, so I apologize if I do, but your safety is a top priority here on Live Now from Fox. So now is the time, if you are in these areas where you see heavy green and orange and even areas of red where those tornado watches are, now is the time to come up with that weather plan, because by the time the system hits, it's honestly too late to come up with the plan, because then you're scrambling, trying to figure out what to do. And we definitely want you and your loved ones safe. So as we continue to talk about weather, we're going to go ahead and go to a quick 2-minute commercial break now at 8:27 on the East Coast. And when we come back, more live events, top stories, and headlines of your Wednesday morning. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you. If you are just now tuning in, I'm Jeanne Francine, wanting to give you another live look at our XRAD system, as weather is a top story this morning. And we know a string of severe storms is sweeping across the southeast, as you can see on your screen, expected to bring strong tornadoes, damaging winds, and even hail. Fox weather correspondent Robert Ray joining us live this morning in New Orleans with the latest on conditions in the Crescent City. Robert, good morning to you. What are conditions looking like now at 8:30 on the East Coast?
Yeah, good morning to you. New Orleans is really taking some heavy rain, lightning, and thunder as we speak here this morning. A flash right now. I'm on Bourbon Street. Lloyd Alford, photographer behind the camera, is going to show you a view of this heavy rain coming down here this morning. You wouldn't even know that the sun has come up above the cloud cover. It's just kind of how dreary it is. The atmosphere very juicy. It is humid. Obviously, as you see, very wet. Tornado watches all the way through this afternoon. We've had tornado warnings in many of the areas, including Baton Rouge already. A wind advisory. Could see wind gusts well over 50 miles per hour throughout the day. And basically, you're going to see images like this in the French Quarter and all around Louisiana. Texas this morning already seeing damage in the suburbs of Houston. National Weather Service going to get out there and assess that as to whether or not a tornado came down in Katy, Texas, where that damage is. This system is going to continue all throughout the day, and unfortunately, it's quite a swath from Texas to Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and then into Georgia. I want to show you this over here. If you can't walk with us, we're on a balcony here in the French Quarter on Bourbon Street, and you just see how heavy this rain is. Look at this. My hand just loaded with the rain as it comes off of the historic buildings here in New Orleans. And so that is the scenario, unfortunately. It is severe weather season. There's no doubt about that. We expect these lines of storms to come in April and even into May this time of year. We just hope that nothing catastrophic occurs throughout the day. But unfortunately, all the atmospheric elements are there for that possibility. If you're watching this and you live in this region, have a plan. Be ready. You know, look at that lightning that just came in. You know what to expect. It's just that if it's a tornado, you're out of luck as far as making sure that all is well, because tornadoes kill, and you hear that thunder here this morning. Lloyd, let's leave them with this look down Bourbon Street, and you're not going to see the revelers here today. No way, as the South is bracing as these storms are already making their way in. Back to you.
Robert Ray reporting live there on Bourbon Street in New Orleans. Robert, always compelling coverage from you. We appreciate you taking out the time to join us this morning on Live Now and put things into perspective for the viewers. If you don't mind, really quickly, I do have a quick question. I know you did mention that swath of storms.
Sure.
Viewers wanting to know, is the worst of the storm happening right now, or is worse coming?
This is not the worst, unfortunately. This system is going to drag across right now. Baton Rouge, Lloyd's got to wipe the lens, because honestly, when the rain comes through here, it blows and it attacks and everything, no matter even if you're in a balcony or not. But no, we are going to see more of these pop-ups come through. We have this juicy Gulf of Mexico moisture mixing with all the other elements, and so these lines of storms are going to continue at least until early to mid-afternoon in this part of Louisiana. And then, of course, the problem is you know, it's going to head to the east across Mississippi and Alabama, and then even into Georgia. So this is a very long day for the Deep South. Unfortunately, you just have to be very careful. And I know that people in the South are so used to these incredible storms that come through. But no matter how many times you've gone through it, never let the guard down. I'm not preaching to these people. I'm just reminding you, if you're watching this, just make sure you got a plan, especially with tornado watches and warnings. That's where the problems really get frightening and potentially catastrophic. Back to you.
Great advice, Robert, and great words of caution. And regardless if we sound like a broken record, I mean, lives are at stake. So we appreciate you putting out that warning here on Live Now from Fox. You be safe out there as you work to keep us informed. And, of course, we'll be checking back in with you later on. Thank you so much, Robert.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
And giving you all a quick reminder this morning, you can search Watch Fox Weather on any web browser to get the very latest of your weather-related headlines. And my goodness, again, just putting things into perspective, I know I mentioned it, but you all hearing from those Fox Weather experts, have that plan. It is very necessary, and this is why. Take a look at our XRAD system. These storms are nothing to play with. Again, have that plan in place, because by the time the storm hits, again, it's honestly too late. The time now 8:34 on the East Coast. We're going to go to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and when we come back, I'm looking at some slates of some live events we can expect soon. More details when we come back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeannie Francine. Some new live states coming through our Live Now from Fox studio. This live look coming out of Brussels, Belgium, as we are awaiting the Finnish president and the NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. They're expected to give a press conference at this NATO headquarters in Brussels. While we await, though, also in Brussels, but a different event underway right now, the European Parliament, they're holding a session and debate on the EU migration and asylum package. Let's listen in, and what I'll do is pop up some boxes so we can monitor other top stories, and also that NATO shot I just showed you all, so that when that gets underway, we can switch to that feed. But while we wait, let's listen in live in Brussels, Belgium, as EU Parliament hold this debate on the migration and asylum package.
Migration policy of the EU is wrong, very wrong, and it needs to be changed. But you can't put out the fire by adding more oil to it. The arguments, the words that are uttered here by those who are enthusiastic about the pact, I had heard in the past when the former Chancellor of Germany and President of France were trying to convince us that we should accept any amount of immigrants to Europe. Today you are putting on the table a pact which does not provide solutions to any of the problems. Do these proposals enhance security of our citizens? No, they don't. Will they help people who arrived in Europe to look for a better life and today have to spend their lives in the streets without any hope? No, they don't. No, they won't. Will they help those who actually trade in human beings? Yes, they will, because they know they'll have more money to help transfer any amount of illegal immigrants, because they will be later relocated to member states, and those member states who will not want to do this will have to pay. There will be money in circulation. They know it very well, so they'll further engage in this. So again, don't add oil to the fire, please. And I think that most of you know that these solutions are wrong solutions.
The next speaker is Annalisa Tardino. Thank you, President. Now, this is the umpteenth debate prior to an important vote that will let us know if we will have an asylum and migration pact. The Lega delegation has asked for the following: to prevent departures and our borders without risking going to jail, like Minister Salvini, to set up centers for identification in the transit countries to managed by our European agencies, and to strengthen our cooperation agreements for returns. These are common sense proposals, and they do not support the criminal business that you know and promote. Now, the proposal today, however, is not very good. It doesn't take on board any of these objectives. It doesn't assist those who are in a situation of desperation, that are traveling through deserts. They do not assist our countries that are now conquered and that are on the that have a danger of terrorism, and they do not support our societies and our European cultures. Now, I'd like to state clearly that this is really a discount proposal, and we need to make sure that we protect our civilization, because we have to do that legally. We cannot become slaves or delinquents. This is the Europe that we want. We will build it with courage, consistency, common sense, and without any ideology.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. I'd like to give the floor now to Cornelia Ernst.
This pact is a pact of shame and disgrace, because it abolishes the individual's right to asylum, and what remains, it doesn't take into account individuals' reasons for fleeing, but rather the lies of third countries, or some kind of quotas, or some kind of neurotic understanding of the right of migration. And you're not taking into account the people dying at our borders, people dying at the high sea. No. You are voting in favor of border procedures which would put children and families with children in detention. However, what you can't vote away is the resistance to this kind of politics, empathy, humanity. You can't even destroy with an axe. Just remember, activists, NGOs, they're not going to stop helping refugees, and the Turkish refugees who are helping other refugees every day. In 2015, I met a Catholic priest in Iraq, and there are thousands of people being killed, and this priest opened his church for those who were fleeing, regardless of religion. Those are the military positions of ISIS, and this is my church. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, whether we're going to be attacked. However, I'm going to remain, because I can't do anything else.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. I'd like to give now the floor to Kostas Papadakis.
We condemn this inhuman pact. You say that you will deal with crisis with preventive jailing, with new fences, with the Frontex, and with these so-called voluntary relocations. These are the causes that cause shipwrecks like the one today in Chios, where 3 children died. what you are doing is that you are burying the Geneva Convention, because there is no more individual right to asylum. You are sending these people back to the hell of imperialist wars or to third countries. You say that there is an alternative kind of protection, for example, for the Palestinians, that they can go from Gaza to the West Bank. All of the governments in Greece are hand in hand with Orban and Meloni, and this is the end of the so-called EU of the rule of law. People should punish the EU and give strength to the Greek Communist Party in the elections.
Thank you very much, Mr. Papadakis. Next is Juan Ignacio Zoido. 1 minute.
Microphone for the speaker.
Hoy celebramos.
Today, this is an historic day. Following about a decade of blockage, the European Union has come to an agreement on the migration and asylum package. At least I hope. Now, this is the right time. According to the recent data, this is a crisis at the same level of what took place in 2015. We need to adopt this package to protect our external borders and any threats to our citizens' security. Now, this is an issue of responsibility and solidarity. It alleviates those countries that are frontline countries like Spain. It also gives certainty to those who need international protection. Now, we hope that this pact will mean that we can approach this with a solution. The EPP thinks that this will be a long-term solution to the benefit of all of Europe.
Mr. Zoido, next to Sylvie Guillaume. 1 minute. Nous sommes à la fin d'un long débat.
All right, as that gentleman wrapped up his remarks there in Brussels, Belgium, EU Parliament debating on migration and asylum package. They just panned the camera to let us know that this NATO meeting was about to start with the NATO Secretary General and Finnish President. So let's go ahead and take our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, now at 8:46 on the East Coast. And then when we come back, we can play those remarks out in full for you all uninterrupted. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Jeanne Francine. We appreciate you getting all of your live events, top stories, and headlines from us right here on Live Now from Fox. As I mentioned, as we were going into the break, they did pan the camera, as you see there on your screen. And about to walk in is the NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg and the Finnish President Alexander Stubb. They're holding a joint presser there at the NATO headquarters in Brussels. Let's listen in now, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Good afternoon, President Stubb, dear Alex. It's great to see you here. Welcome to the NATO headquarters, and congratulations on your election as the President of Finland. And let me also congratulate you on the first anniversary for Finland as a full NATO ally. Your membership makes NATO stronger and Finland safer. Finland takes security and defense seriously. You have long made defense spending a priority, and we are grateful for the fact that when Finland now joined NATO, yet another NATO ally is spending more than 2% on defense. You have highly trained personnel, and your advanced military capabilities bolster collective deterrence and defense. Finland's seamless integration into the NATO family and the NATO structures reflects decades of very close cooperation between Finland as a previous partner before you became a full member. We will continue to work together to further strengthen our alliance. We live in a more dangerous world, but NATO has become stronger, so we continue to protect and defend all allies. Today in our meeting we discussed Ukraine and the urgent need for more support and reliable and predictable support for Ukraine because the situation on the battlefield is difficult. Delays in funding are having direct consequences on the ground every day. Delays in delivery of air defenses will allow Russian missiles to hit more targets, and delays in delivery of ammunition will allow Russia to press along the front line. Ukraine simply cannot wait. It needs air defenses, ammunition and aid now. Against all odds, the Ukrainians have already achieved so much they can prevail, but they need our support. NATO is actively working to ensure reliable and predictable security assistance to Ukraine now and for the long haul. So that Ukraine relies less on voluntary contributions and more on NATO commitments, less on short-term offers and more on multi-year pledges. Moscow needs to understand that they cannot wait us out, and therefore a package for Ukraine with predictable, robust support is what we are working on now in NATO. And I thank you, President, for Finland's strong support to step up the NATO support to Ukraine. Let me also thank Finland and you for the fact that since the full-fledged invasion of Ukraine back in 2022, Finland has been a staunch supporter of Ukraine. You have provided around 2 billion euros in military aid since 2022, including 30 million euros through the Czech-led artillery initiative. I also welcome that just last week Finland signed a new 10-year security agreement with Kiev. So we are grateful for your contributions to NATO's collective defense, to our shared security, but not least that Finland is a lead nation in providing support to Ukraine. So once again, Alex, welcome. It's great to see you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jens, and thank you for your kind words. I remember actually watching on TV 4th of April last year. I think it was a cold, sunny spring day when my predecessor was here with you and the national anthem was played and our flag was hoisted among the then 31 allies. And I was wondering when it's going to be the first time that I'm going to visit the headquarters, and this is it. And I must say that I felt quite at home right away. The welcome has been warm. Just a few points before we open it to questions. The first one is to say that in our conversation with the Secretary General, I stressed the fact, obviously, that the alliance has now doubled its border with Russia. And if and when the alliance defines its number one security threat as being Russia, we in Finland fully realize our responsibility for the alliance. My aim as president and our aim as Finland is to be a loyal, constructive and responsible partner in NATO. We might be in the northeastern corner geographically, but we want to be in the institutional core of NATO. That was our philosophy with the European Union, and that is our philosophy with NATO as well. With perhaps the possibility of sounding a little bit unfinished, I think in many ways in the alliance we fall somewhere in the range of a mid-sized country because of our geographic location and because of the size of our military. Because as you mentioned, when we didn't join NATO in the early 1990s, a decision was taken that we would continue our obligatory conscription. As a consequence, we have 900,000 men and women who've undergone military training, and we have 280,000 men and women that can be mobilized at wartime. At the same time, we are one of the few countries in the alliance that has long-range missiles in the land, air, and sea. We also have the second largest artillery in Europe, actually together with Poland. So my message to all of our allies here today is that you can trust us. We support the work that the Secretary General is doing as we move towards the Washington summit. We will have two very clear goals there. One is on defense and deterrence, and the other one is on supporting Ukraine. So we look forward to these coming months as we start moving towards Washington, and I look forward to seeing you, Jens, many more times before, unfortunately, at some stage you might leave us.
Thank you very much. We'll take the first question from MTV, Janne Pumelainen.
Perfect pronunciation. They were practicing it in the elevator.
Thank you, and especially for the pronunciation. Finland has not imposed any restrictions on its military aid to Ukraine, but some NATO countries still do not allow their weapons to be used to strike Russian territory. Does this undermine Ukraine's ability to win the war? And secondly, if I may, EU's Josep Borrell yesterday said that Europe must prepare for a potential war as a full-scale conflict on the continent is no longer a fantasy. How important is Finland's role while Europe prepares against the Russian threat? Thank you.
Yeah, I can start and just say that first, we can never take peace for granted. And we live in a more dangerous world. We have a full-fledged war in Europe, we have a new war in the Middle East, and we have more great power rivalry. At the same time, we have seen that NATO has adapted. So yes, we live in a more dangerous world, but NATO has become stronger to preserve peace, to prevent war, as NATO has successfully done for 75 years. And we don't see any imminent threat, military threat against any NATO ally, because NATO's deterrence works. We are there together. An attack on one will be an attack on all, and that's the best way to prevent any armed attack on a NATO ally. Then on the support, well, it is a decision by each and every ally exactly what kind of support they provide to Ukraine. But I welcome that allies have provided also long-range systems, missiles. Allies are also now providing F-16s. And we need to remember what this is. This is a war aggression that where Russia has invaded another country, blatantly violating international law. And Ukraine has the right, according to international law, for self-defense. That's actually right enshrined in the UN Charter. And we have the right to help Ukraine uphold the right of self-defense without making NATO and NATO allies party to the conflict. And Ukraine has part of self-defense is also that Ukraine has the right to strike legitimate military targets outside Ukraine to defend themselves. So This is a war aggression. Ukraine has the right to self-defense, and I welcome that allies are providing military support to Ukraine to enable their self-defense.
Well, I guess there's a short answer and a long answer to both of your questions. The short answer about war is to say that a pessimist always prepares for the worst, but an optimist makes sure that it doesn't happen. And I think that is exactly what we should do, first in terms of national defense, secondly in terms of NATO's defense, and thirdly in terms of the capacity of the European Union. As far as Finnish support, long answer, for Ukraine is concerned, it is steadfast. It will continue for as long as it takes. And from my visit to Kyiv last week on Wednesday, I think the message was very clear to all of our allies, including the United States, is that Ukraine needs ammunition, it needs weapons, and it needs vehicles, and it needs them now. So there's a short-term need of help, and that's why I have also called upon the US Congress to release the $60 billion, because that is part of the package. Will that solve all? No. We need to continue to do our part in Europe as well, and that's why I welcome the Czech initiative of pooling ammunition. I had conversations yesterday with the Prime Minister of Belgium, Alexander De Croo, who's committed 200 million euros to that particular initiative. And I actually also had lunch yesterday with Josep Borrell and discussed this particular event. I think what he tries to do is to raise the prospect of a possibility of a war, but we must make sure that that will not happen on our soil. And the best way to do it is by supporting Ukraine now.
Thank you. We'll next go to Max Delaney, AFP.
Hello, thank you very much. Secretary General, you said that Ukraine simply cannot wait any longer for air defenses. So my question is, why is Ukraine still waiting? Are the Allies unwilling or unable to provide it? And when will Ukraine get the Patriots that it's been pleading for so desperately? Thank you.
Well, NATO allies have provided an unprecedented level of support to Ukraine, including air defenses, including Patriot batteries, and also other advanced systems, including the NASAMS, the IRIS-T, and other SAM-T and other advanced air defense systems. As important as delivering new systems is to ensure that the systems which are already there are working as they should, meaning they need spare parts, they need ammunition, they need maintenance. But at the foreign ministerial meeting last week, my message was the same as we also heard from many allies, and of course for Ukraine, that there is a need to step up even more and provide not only ammunition and spare parts to the existing batteries and systems, but also to deliver more systems. I know that some allies are now really looking into what more they can do, how they can dig even deeper into their inventories to provide more air defense for Ukraine, because it is urgent.
If I may also, just for the record, when I was in Kyiv, we released our 23rd aid package, which brought, as the Secretary General said, our military aid to roughly 2 billion. That combined with humanitarian development, another 900 million, puts our bill up to 2.9 at this stage. Usually we, how would I put it, say less and do more, but this time around we also released 2 forms of equipment or ammunition, military material that we gave Ukraine. One was actually air defense, and the other one was heavy ammunition. Finland is actually the 6th GDP per capita measured in terms of supporting Ukraine, and we will continue to do that. I think all of us realize, not only the frontline states, but all of us in Europe realize that it is in our interest to continue to do so.
Thank you. Hanele Muilu. Sorry.
Thank you. Finnish newspaper Iltalehti told yesterday that there will be a land component command in Mikkeli under Norfolk JFC. What are the gains for NATO, and what are the gains for Finland to have this unit?
Well, I'd kind of like to separate it into two things. The first one is to say that there's a political ambition to be under one command or another, and then that political ambition is somehow followed with a decision. No decisions have been taken yet. So we're waiting for Secure to determine what is in the military and defense interests of the alliance, of where Finland and potentially the other Nordic countries would belong, whether it's Norfolk or Brunssum. And then after that, there should be a military decision determining what is the best place for air defense, what is the best place for sea defense, and what is the best place for land defense. So I would like not to put the carriage in front of the horse here yet. We're working with our allies for the best solution, which has got very little to do with regional policy, very little to do with politics, but it is purely a military decision. But I don't think you have to have a doctorate in military strategy to understand that if the land border of the alliance has doubled with Russia, it might be quite useful to perhaps have a land component close to that border as well.
Let me just add that we welcome the fact that Finland has offered to host a land component command for a multi-core force. But as Alex just said, as the President just said, no decision has been made yet. We are now waiting for the advice from our Supreme Allied Commander, Secure, and based on that we'll then take a decision within some weeks or a couple of months. On the different ways we are now going to adapt our command structure. This is partly about the fact that we have Finland and Sweden as new members, but also the fact that we have actually initiated a bigger process of adapting NATO's command structure, and part of that will be also then to have different component commands in different parts of Europe, including in the Nordic area.
Thank you. And a final question to Reuters, Andrew Gray.
Thank you. There have been reports in recent days that Ukrainian military intelligence carried out an attack on a Russian warship docked off Kaliningrad. Does either of you have any information that would shed light on that report and could confirm whether it's true? And following up, would you consider it to be legitimate for Ukraine to carry out attacks on Russian warships in the Baltic, particularly given that the Baltic is now often described as a NATO lake?
So first of all, I will not go into specifics when it comes to intelligence, and second, I will not give specific advice to what kind of targets that Ukraine should or should not attack, except for saying that it is part of the right for self-defense also to hit legitimate military targets outside their own country, because Russia is using so many different types of capabilities to attack Ukraine, and Ukraine has the right for self-defense, and that includes also legitimate military targets outside Ukraine.
Thank you. This concludes.
So we were just hearing from the NATO Secretary General as well as the Finnish president as they are discussing the ongoing war between Ukraine and Russia. Finland, of course, joining NATO last April, and the country has the military alliance's longest land border with Russia. So again, a lot of investment into this war. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We'll be back with more of your live events, top stories, and headlines in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 9:10 Eastern, 6:10 Pacific, and our next live event takes us out to London, England, where the UN climate chief is talking about their climate goals and what they would like to accomplish before their 2025 summit. Let's pot up the sound and listen in.
Finance as the G20, International Maritime Organization and others are currently working on. Third, as Prime Minister Motley and President Ruto have made clear, we must reform development banks to make them work better for developing countries, embed climate in their decision making, and build a financial system fit for the 21st century. And fourth, debt relief for the countries that need it most, to give them the fiscal space for climate investment. Developing countries spent more than $400 billion servicing debt last year. Experts have shown that if we do all of this together, we can meet developing country needs, mobilizing hundreds of billions of dollars. Ever closer cooperation between international institutions is more important than ever. I offer UN Climate Change's partnership wherever it can help to support stronger and faster climate-related outcomes. To the World Bank, IMF at the upcoming spring meetings, to the G7, G20 and their finance ministers. Together, we can make this deal real. Together, we must step up the pace. The spring meetings are not a dress rehearsal. Averting climate-driven economic catastrophe is core business. It can't slip between the cracks of different mandates. We can't afford a talk fest without clear steps forward. When there is an opportunity to make real progress on every part of the new climate finance deal all nations need. At the spring meetings, we need an ambitious round of replenishment for the World Bank's International Development Association, IDA. Doing so could lift hundreds of millions of people out of poverty and increase clean energy access, especially across Africa. Progress in Washington, D.C. on revising the World Bank's capital requirements could free up billions more for concessional lending without asking donors for more money. Next, to help give countries the fiscal space they need for climate action, the IMF can help more countries deal with debts made worse by climate change and the pandemic. For example, by making more use of the Catastrophe Containment Relief Trust, the World Bank's work on climate-resilient debt clauses, which allow countries facing supercharged storms to focus on recovery, are another welcome step in the right direction. Eligibility should now be expanded beyond small and island states to more countries and more climate impacts. The G7 has a crucial role too, this year chaired by Italy. G7 governments are the key shareholders in the World Bank and the IMF. In truth, they provide both capital and direction. With their say-so, these institutions can do much more to use all the tools at their disposal in delivering large-scale impacts on the ground. It's entirely in the interests of every G7 country to take much bolder climate action at home and abroad, including on climate finance. Firstly, because serious progress on climate finance is a prerequisite for bold new national climate plans from developing countries, without which all economies, the G7s included, will soon be in serious and permanent strife. Secondly, because resilience building is equally urgent to protect the supply chains that all economies depend on. We've just seen what the supply chain disruptions flowing from COVID did to inflation and to households and businesses. Well, you can bet your bottom dollar these disruptions and inflationary impacts will only get dramatically worse without bolder climate action. So too, the world needs the G20 to rise to this moment. We're all aware of geopolitical challenges. I do not downplay them, but they cannot be an excuse for timidity amidst this worsening crisis. So I'll be candid. Blame shifting is not a strategy. Sidelining climate isn't a solution to a crisis that will decimate every G20 economy and has already started to hurt. So the financial firepower the G20 marshaled during the global financial crisis should be marshaled again and pointed squarely at curbing runaway emissions and building resilience right now. Brazil, who also hosts COP30, has a vital role to play to kickstart the ambitious action we need. I'm encouraged that the G20, under Brazilian leadership, is exploring ways to find a new finance for climate and development. Brazil itself is also trialling new ways to reduce unreasonable borrowing costs for clean energy, which could work for other developing countries. Ultimately, it's not enough to invest in clean energy and resilient infrastructure without measures that also speed up the decline of fossil fuels. Stronger domestic progress on carbon pricing is essential to reflect the real economics of fossil fuels, including the massive health and economic costs of greenhouse gas pollution, which should not be shunted onto governments, households, and other industries to pay. So when I say we have 2 years to save the world, it begs the question, who exactly has 2 years to save the world? The answer is every person on this planet. More and more people want climate action right across societies and political spectrums, in large part because they are feeling the impacts of the climate crisis in their everyday lives and their household budgets. Rising costs for fossil fuel powered transportation, for heating and cooling, energy, rise in food prices as climate disasters hit production and supply chains, to name but a few. A recent survey by Gallup of 130,000 people in 125 countries found that 89% want stronger climate action by their governments. Yet too often, we're seeing signs of climate action slipping down cabinet agendas. So there is a disconnect, because in living rooms around the world, climate impacts and costs are rising quickly up the list of household worries. The only sure way and surefire way to get climate up the cabinet agenda is if enough people raise their voices. So my final message today is for people everywhere. Every voice matters. Yours have never been more important. If you want bolder climate action, now is the time to make your voices heard. I thank you.
Amazing. Thank you. I heard the call to action. Thank you. So we're going to have about 10 minutes. I'm just going to use the purview of chair for us to have a conversation. And then I'm going to open for us to do a Q&A. You're here at Chatham House, right? And everything that we do, the research we do here has a geopolitical and international relations lens. And I think the concern, things that are on top of our mind is we have a really short time frame to deliver our this collective challenge ahead of us. But we're also facing this quickly shifting geopolitical landscape where this year you know, and I don't want to use the East and the West, but I think a lot of countries are going through democratic or undemocratic electoral processes. There are multiple crises happening around the world. It's like, how do we, and in the absence of a more leadership from specific groups of country, like how do we push this agenda forward?
Well, as I said in my remarks, the focus on what progress is made over the period ahead of us has to be focused on those within the G20. 80% of emissions, 85% of the global economy. So the problem lies there, so do the solutions, so do the resources. I think what has been called into question is the effectiveness of the Paris Agreement. And what we have seen since 2015, even though we're far from where we need to be, progress has been made. And the Paris Agreement is demonstrating its robustness. We saw that in Glasgow. We saw that last year in Dubai with the outcomes of the global stocktake. So yes, a lot more progress needs to be made, but progress is being made. The crucial question is, how do we spend the next 6 years in accelerating the action that, you know, momentum is building, but how do we accelerate that? The global stocktake kind of showed us a pathway forward. What happens this year in terms of finance, the means of implementing the pathway that's been presented to us, and the means of implementation to support this next round of NDCs is going to be absolutely critical. So the spotlight is what we do or don't do in this period ahead. And again, as I said in my comments, I mean, we find the world seems to be unable to deal with multiple crises at any given time. But when we look at some of the global challenges that we face, without addressing climate change, those problems are not going to go away. So it's putting climate change and climate action within the context and that lens of this is what we need to do if we're not only able to address this climate environmental catastrophe, but to also address other economic and social challenges, developmental challenges that currently exist.
Yeah. And I mean, I've been working in this space for a long time as well. And I think what we see is, in my view, transition is already happening. I think the problem is whether it's happening fast enough, right? And is at the pace that we need. And it's actually, is it addressing all those multiple things that we have ahead of us? I think. And you alluded, so actually I want to pick up on something that I really like what you said about, like, we can't afford Talkfest. And then we have to come up, you know, for the next generation of NDCs. Like, in your view, in your ideal, like, if you could, you know, if you had a magic wand, like, what are the key elements of these next generation of NDC? What should they look like? Like, just the contours of it.
Well, there are three instructions that have come out of the COP decisions, and that is this next round of NDC should be informed by the output of the global stocktake. So whether that is doubling, tripling renewables, energy efficiency, transition away from fossil fuels, etc., etc., all of those elements need to be reflected in this next round of NDCs. Also, that NDCs need to be 1.5 aligned. We're currently globally at 2.7. So it has to be aligned with 1.5. They have to be economy-wide across all sectors. And they have to include all greenhouse gases. So that's one element. But I think we then have to go beyond that. And the opportunity that is being presented is that this next round, this third generation of NDC, has to clearly articulate how finance is unlocked. And that is the element that has been missing from the previous two generations. A lot of technical data, but how do the nationally determined plans of each country, how do they speak to the finance that is needed? So one is the investability of them. The other is an opportunity to present an economic transformation plan.
Yeah.
So how do all of these actions actually tie up in bolstering economies? How can all of these prescriptions add up to a new economy that is based at the heart of it in climate positive action, and linking the climate to all developmental needs. The NDCs also need to be country-driven. So this is especially for developing countries. This is not about parachuting consultants and coming up with theoretical documents. They have to speak to the needs of those countries. And the support that is provided over the course of this year and next is ensuring that that articulation is there. And within that, and speaking specifically to developing countries, NDCs also need to speak to equity and justice. So taking a whole of society approach, whole of government approach is absolutely critical. But it's an opportunity to rethink. And we at the UNFCCC have been working with development and implementing partners as to how, and there are over 50 of us in this space working on NDCs, but how can we, as those development partners, coordinate our actions so that they speak to providing that support and shining the light as to what a good NDC should and could look like.
Yeah, and you know, I grew up, born and raised and grew up in an emerging economy, right? And I think the real challenge that we have ahead of us is that climate transition is a socioeconomic transition challenge that we have, right? So it's not, from where I'm coming, it's not about whether we should or should not develop. It's just like how we choose those pathways to develop that delivers the environmental aspects, but also the social aspects. And that's actually, I cannot leave this conversation just between us without talking about Brazil, right? So the current president of Brazil brings, in his inaugural speech, he talked about the importance of conservation of the Brazilian Amazon, also how Brazil should go through this green development pathway. But also he brings very squarely into this transition discussion on how do we address the social issues and inequality issue. Because I think that's one of the things that could be one of the potential impediment or enabler. Like, do we bring people along in this transition, or do we leave people behind, right? What we see today in Europe of like the protests is like, how do we manage this political economy of transition, and then what are the social, it's delivering for all, which is what you're saying about the fairness angle there. About Brazil. So Brazilian, love Brazil, worked for many years in the Brazilian Amazon. I think I have a concern and simultaneous as an opportunity and as a concern is, I wouldn't want us to wait for everything, to wait for 18 months, right, to deliver whatever we need to deliver, and then expecting Brazil for the COP30 to be the place. We have things that we have to deliver in COP29, we have things that we have to deliver in COP30, and also we have what happens afterwards. What is your view about sort of the different paces, but also what are the key objectives that we need to deliver now in Baku? What are the things that we need to do in Belém? And what needs to happen afterwards?
So one of the concepts when I took up this position, instinctively I knew that how we look at the process, we look at every COP as a singular destination. And this concept of having a multi-COP agenda, how can we find ways of actually joining up COPs, the agenda, so that we create, well, first of all, set the context as to longer term, what is it we're trying to deliver, and how does that break down over those mandated items for each of the COPs, and how can we provide, how can we start to synchronize those, but how can we also create more oxygen within the negotiating space so that negotiators don't come to the table wanting to achieve absolutely everything in a highly difficult, complex environment. But I didn't know what that actually meant in practice. But what we have seen with COPs 28, 29, and 30, so the delivery of the GST in Dubai, which sets out the plan for this next period, how finance then locks into that, and support the delivery of that path.
All right, so we are listening to the UN climate chief outlining their goals ahead of the 2025 summit, which will be held in Brazil. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back with all of your live events, top stories, and headlines. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and we head once again to London, where the UN climate chief is outlining their goals ahead of their 2025 COP30 summit. Let's pot up the sound and listen in.
Agenda items.
Thank you. And allow me one last question, but I want to sort of link it to on your speech about, you know, there are things that you can do within the UN FCCC, but you're relying on handing the ball also to other international forums, like the G20, like the G7, or, you know, so there is like this, like in my mind, sorry, this is probably not a good example, like the synchronous ballet, underwater ballet that you're, anyway, but probably that's not a good thing, but I was just like, you know.
I'm not a good dancer, so.
I'm not a good swimmer, but I was just trying to sort of imagine like this kind of handling things if we're moving towards the same direction. So could you just, as you're talking about those three different countries coordinating, but there are also different international forums where you're handing the climate change implementation challenge, but then you need to pick it back, right? Just in your view, do you have a bit of that, how that dance happens?
Yes, so the COP itself, I mean, that is the party-driven process, that is the space for the climate negotiations, and it has been that way for the last 32 years. But what is becoming more and more clear, there are so many other fora outside of the COP that directly influence whether it is the dynamics of the negotiations within the COP or the action that needs to be taken within the real economy. So again, when we look at the trajectory for this year, in a few days' time, we'll all be in Washington, D.C. for the spring meetings. That is about finance. So yes, this year within the process, it's all about the new collective quantified goal, the new, how the 100 billion transform into the trillions. But it's very, very process driven, and what is going to drive progress there isn't only about what takes place within the process, but it's what takes place in Washington, what will be discussed in Washington, D.C. So how do we infuse that into the play? We also have the role of the G7, as I articulated, the role of the G20. So Italy, Brazil, with their respective responsibilities, have a heavy lift as well in terms of setting the agenda and making progress and sending the right signals that are going to complement the decisions that will be made in Baku, in Belém, and within the process. So how one coordinates that and ensures that there is the correct and appropriate plug-ins, so that, as I said, we can take that more holistic approach and view.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you for indulging me for my personal conversation. So I'll do, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a round of questions, 3 questions, and then I'll hand over to Simon, and then I'm going to go back. Okay, so we have a gentleman here with a beard. Do we have some ladies? Okay, there's a lady, Ruth, over there. And then I have another lady on the blue top behind. I'm going to go do a bit of a gender balance here.
Thank you, Anna. Richard Hill. You talk about every voice counting and every voice matters and taking bold action. How do we counter that against a polarised political view that's happening across the world, where it's one side wants to do something and the other side doesn't? It's becoming really strong, especially if you look at America and Britain, and especially where we see action on climate being drawn back. How do we change that political landscape where voices can actually count as individuals? Because we need to change, but it's just not happening fast enough.
Okay, how to make voices count. Ruth?
Also on making voices count, under the Paris Agreement, Article 12, countries are committed to informing and engaging the public on climate change. Until they do that in a meaningful way, it might be difficult for some citizens to understand what is at stake. So what more should governments be doing around Article 12 and action for climate empowerment to enable people to understand what they face and speak up about what they need?
Thank you.
All right, so we are continuing to listen as this event continues on in London, England, as the UN climate chief is now receiving some questions from the audience ahead of the 2025 summit in Brazil. All of this having to do with climate. On the upper right-hand side of your screen, you can see the camera panning in there as President Biden and the First Lady are set to welcome Japan's Prime Minister and the country's First Lady. You can see a procession happening there right now. On the lower right-hand side of your screen, we are continuing to track severe weather right there as the South is being inundated by severe weather. In fact, a tornado watch has been issued in southern Louisiana and southern Texas until 9 a.m. local time, and another tornado watch is in effect for southeastern Louisiana. I am going to take a quick break here on Live Now from Fox. At the other end of the break, we're going to continue all of the top stories and live events. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and you're taking a live look at our X-RAD radar as we continue to track some severe weather that is moving across some of the southern states. In fact, a tornado watch has been issued for southern Louisiana and southeastern Texas until 9 a.m. local time. Another tornado watch is in effect until 1 p.m. local time for southeastern Louisiana and central and southern Mississippi. And we do want to pull up this live look right here. And again, it does appear perhaps that this weather camera is frozen, but we wanted to share with you just the darkening of the skies. This is a webcam coming out of northwestern Louisiana. This is the Baton Rouge metro area, and you can see the very dark skies there as, again, we do continue to track some severe weather that is moving across some of these southern states right here. We are going to continue to closely monitor this weather situation. But until then, we are going to pivot and we're going to head to Washington, D.C. as President Biden and the First Lady are set to meet with Japan's Prime Minister and their First Lady. We're going to pod up the sound and listen in. So we are waiting for Japan's Prime Minister and First Lady to arrive to be greeted by President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden. And again, they will convene in the Oval Office to have a meeting later on today. However, we are expecting them to hold a press conference in the Rose Garden. That is set to happen at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Again, both President Biden and Japan's Prime Minister set to speak at that event. We are going to step away for our final 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We will be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and you're taking a live look at the X-RAD radar right there as forecasters and meteorologists are continuing to track severe weather that is sweeping across a number of southern states. In fact, there are a number of tornado watches being issued, one for southern Louisiana, another for southeastern Louisiana and central and southern Mississippi. There's also a flash flood emergency that has been posted for southeastern Texas, where over 8 inches of rain has fallen in the past 24 hours. I do want to head out to Houston and specifically Katy, Texas. This is a live look right here of a possible tornado that caused this building to collapse right here. And again, the National Weather Service is now investigating whether a tornado actually caused this building to collapse. But this gives you a better understanding as to exactly how destructive this line of storms is. On the right-hand side of your screen, you can see that is the building that has collapsed. And again, according to Fox Weather, the National Weather Service is now going to be headed out to this area of Katy, Texas, to investigate whether a tornado caused this damage. But you can see that there is a lot of debris scattered there in the parking lot of what looks like a shopping plaza right there. You can also see a number of emergency vehicles as well, including a fire truck with their ladder now up. Again, at this point in time, it isn't known whether anyone was injured in this building collapse right here, but we did want to share this with you because, again, it gives you a better idea in terms of just how damaging this line of severe weather is, and this is something that meteorologists are keeping a very close eye on. Again, this is unfolding throughout the day as a number of thunderstorms are rolling across the lower Mississippi Valley and southeast, and it is expected to last nearly all day as well as into the night. And I also want to show you this look, as we do have a number of cameras across the United States and in the line of the path of these storms. This is a live look from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, where you can see that wind and that rain are just pounding this area right here. You can see from this weather camera, this is a lot of severe weather. This again is Baton Rouge, Louisiana. This is a weather camera right there. But again, you can see from the camera itself, there are droplets of water on the camera, and you can see just how heavy that wind is and is pushing all of that rain across the camera lens and onto the roads right there. But we continue to monitor this very closely. And once again, we do want to bring you back to Katy, Texas, as the National Weather Service is now investigating whether a possible tornado caused this building on the right-hand side of your screen to collapse. And to give you a bigger picture of this, we once again head back to our live XRAD radar. You can see this enormous swath of green and also those reds and those oranges and yellows. This is that enormous storm system, again, that is sweeping across the southern states. When you see that red, when you see that orange and the yellow, those indicate the most severe storms that are now, again, sweeping through Louisiana right there. And you can see it's headed kind of towards that New Orleans area. And again, this has spawned a number of tornado warnings, again, for parts of Louisiana, Mississippi, and Texas. Again, a tornado watch has been issued in southern Louisiana until 9 a.m. local time. Another tornado watch in effect for southeastern Louisiana and central and southern Mississippi until 1 p.m. local time. There's also a flash flood emergency being posted for areas in southeastern Texas. In just the past 24 hours alone, over 8 inches of rain have fallen in those areas. And again, we will continue to monitor this severe weather. For now, though, we also want to show you this live look right here. This is a live look from Washington, D.C., as we are awaiting a press conference by the House Democrats. That's set to start shortly. But until that, we do want to head back to the White House, as we are anticipating President Biden and the First Lady to meet Japan's Prime Minister and their First Lady. So we're going to pot up the sound and listen in. But again, we are going to closely monitor all of these live events as we continue to follow them.
Instruments.
All right, we are still waiting for President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden to meet with Japan's Prime Minister and the First Lady. And you can see Secretary of State Antony Blinken speaking with Vice President Kamala Harris as they await the arrival of Japan's Prime Minister as well as their First Lady right there. However, we do want to share with you some breaking news right here, as we do know that ex-Trump CFO Alan Weisselberg, a retired executive in Donald Trump's real estate empire, he has now been sentenced to 5 months in jail for lying under oath during his testimony in the civil fraud lawsuit brought against former President Trump by New York Attorney General. Now, Weisselberger, who is 76 years old, pleaded guilty last month to 2 counts of perjury in connection with the suit. He admitted lying when he testified he had little knowledge of how Trump's Manhattan penthouse came to be valued on his financial statements at nearly 3 times its actual size. It will be Weisselberg's second time behind bars. The former Trump Organization chief financial officer served 100 days last year for dodging taxes on $1.7 million in company perks, including a rent-free Manhattan apartment and luxury cars. So now, again, he is going to be staying at New York City's Riker Island jail complex, again, to serve those 5 months that he has just been sentenced to. Now, again, these 2 cases highlight Weisselberg's loyalty to Trump. Trump's family employed Weisselberger for nearly 50 years, then giving him a $2 million severance deal when the tax charges prompted him to retire. The company does continue to pay his legal bills. Now, Weisselberg testified twice in trials that did not go the way that former President Trump wanted, but each time he took pains to really suggest that Trump did not commit any serious wrongdoing. So again, we continue to follow this breaking news as former Trump executive Alan Weisselberg has now been sentenced to 5 months in jail for lying in the civil fraud case. We are going to now turn back to the White House as we are expecting the Prime Minister of Japan as well as the First Lady to meet with President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden. And earlier, we also saw Secretary of State Antony Blinken with Vice President Kamala Harris and other dignitaries as you are taking a live look at the ceremony right there, as again, a Japanese Prime Minister as well as the First Lady are expected to meet with President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden. President Biden, as you can see, walking out there with the First Lady. Let's pot up the sound and listen in. And you see right there, that is the Prime Minister of Japan as he shakes the hands of Vice President Kamala Harris, Secretary of State Antony Blinken, and other dignitaries, followed by President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden. You can see the Prime Minister of Japan now shaking the hand of Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin and other dignitaries right there. And again, President Biden will be meeting with Japan's Prime Minister in the Oval Office later on today. He will then hold a joint press conference with Prime Minister of Japan. That will be held in the Rose Garden. Those remarks will start at the expected start time of 12:30 p.m. Eastern time, and then they will hold a state dinner later on today. And again, you can see President Joe Biden shaking the hands of folks right there as the First Lady Jill Biden follows as well alongside a number of other dignitaries right there. We will continue to follow all of this, but again, we also wanted to share with you what else we are anticipating and following right now. This is a live look here at another part of Washington, D.C., as we are expecting the House GOP lawmakers and leaders to hold a press conference. And again, we are expecting to hear from Representative Mike Johnson and other House GOP leaders as they talk. We're also expecting later on today the U.S. House of Appropriations Committee to hear from U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas. Of course, that is significant as Republicans are looking to impeach Mayorkas for what they call failures on his end. We're also tracking some severe weather right here. And again, I just want to share another live look at the XRAD radar right here. As you can see, a large swath of very severe storms are making its way from the Texas area now through Louisiana. It's going to also head into Mississippi later on today. And a tornado watch has been issued in southern Louisiana until 9 a.m. local time. Another tornado watch is in effect for southeastern Louisiana and central and southern Mississippi until 1 p.m. Local time right there. And again, this is very severe. In fact, we want to show you one of our affiliates right here. This is a live look from their camera. This is in Katy, Texas. As you can see, a reporter is getting ready to do a live hit. But again, the National Weather Service is now taking a look at whether a possible tornado caused that building right there to collapse. And you can see again, this is raw and unfiltered as our affiliates right there are getting ready for a live report. But I did want to share this with you to give you a ground level view of the destructive nature of these storms. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We will be back with all of your live events, top stories, and headlines. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Time right now is 10:09 a.m. Eastern, 7:09 a.m. Pacific. And we do want to head back to Washington, D.C. as President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden have just greeted Japan's Prime Minister and First Lady. And there is a ceremony happening right now, which we do want to share with you. This is a live look right here. We're going to pot up the sound and listen in. All right, so we continue to take a live look and listen as President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden have greeted Japan's Prime Minister and First Lady. And again, the Prime Minister and President Biden will be speaking later on today and providing a joint press conference at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time, after which they will host a state dinner. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We have a number of live events popping up, including Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, who is answering questions from House lawmakers. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. We will be right back. welcome back to Live Now from Fox. And you're taking a live look at U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas as he is making some statements in front of the U.S. House Appropriations Committee. This, of course, continues as GOP lawmakers are looking to impeach Mayorkas. So we do want to pot up the sound and listen in.
And is maximizing our available resources and authorities. In the last 11 months, we have removed or returned more than 630,000 individuals who did not have a legal basis to stay, more than in every full fiscal year since 2013. The President's budget would further expand these efforts. It provides $25.9 billion for CBP and ICE, including funds for hiring more enforcement personnel. A separate $265 million would be used by USCIS to bolster refugee processing as we continue to expand lawful pathways and ensure that protection remains accessible for those who qualify under our laws. Our immigration system, however, is fundamentally broken, including our asylum system that so significantly impacts the security of our borders and the processes we administer at it. Only Congress can fix our broken and outdated system, and only Congress can address our need for more Border Patrol agents, asylum officers and immigration judges, facilities, and technology. Our administration worked closely with a bipartisan group of senators to reach agreement on a national security supplemental package, one that would make the system changes that are needed and give DHS the tools and resources needed to meet today's border security challenges. We remain ready to work with you to pass this tough, fair, bipartisan agreement. Finally, extreme weather continues to devastate communities. Last year, FEMA responded to more than 100 disasters. Our budget provides $22.7 billion to assist community leaders and help survivors in the aftermath of major disasters, and additional funds to invest in resilience strategies that will save lives and taxpayer money in the decades to come. Essential to our success across all mission sets is our department's ability to recruit and retain a world-class workforce. In addition to the frontline border workforce I mentioned, the President's budget includes $1.5 billion to maintain our commitment to fairly compensate the TSA workforce, continuing the long overdue fiscal year 2023 initiative we worked together to implement. I look forward to working and further discussing with you these critical missions and our department's needs for both the coming and current fiscal years. The recently passed 2024 budget, though welcome and helpful to many of our operations, was enacted too late to implement an appreciable hiring surge. It reduced by 20% much-needed support for cities dealing with migrant-related challenges, and it cut critical research and development funding, the compounding effects of which our department will feel for years. I am eager to work with you to address these and other shortfalls in the weeks ahead, as I am eager to deliver, together, the sustained funding, resources, and support that the extraordinarily talented and dedicated public servants of DHS need and deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I now recognize myself for questions. Secretary Mayorkas, as I've already mentioned, the non-detained docket has grown at an unprecedented and unsustainable rate. Because this administration refuses to use its executive authority to deter illegal migration and mitigate this chaos, we know that the non-detained docket caseload will only continue to rise. Again, for reference, only 1.3 million of the more 7 million cases on the non-detained docket have been adjudicated and ordered removed. What's your plan to remove the more than 1.3 million migrants who no longer have a legal basis to remain in this country? And how long will it take you to effectuate every single removal order?
Mr. Chairman, this administration in the last 11 months has removed or returned more than 630,000 people, more than in any fiscal year since 2013. We take our enforcement responsibilities very seriously, and we have only increased the enforcement efforts over past efforts. I will respectfully submit to you, Mr. Chairman, as I articulated in my opening statement, that the bipartisan bill that a group of senators worked on, I had the privilege of being seated with them, would have delivered a consequence regime like no other. It would have been the first time since 1996 that our broken system would have delivered the much-needed fixes that we need to fully enforce the law and to deliver a consequence regime that will indeed deter illegal migration.
That's a great answer, but what are you going to do about the people who are still here? Do you have a plan in place to remove those people on an orderly basis?
We certainly do, and we continue to execute on that plan. It is through that effort that we were able to remove or return 630,000 people over the past 11 months. We will continue to accelerate those efforts with the resources we have. Our proposed budget seeks additional resources, not as many as the bipartisan legislation would have provided to us.
But you don't have that legislation, sir. So how can you justify using ICE detention space for border decompression efforts when the department has such a large volume of interior enforcement needs?
Mr. Chairman, we use our detention capabilities to ensure that our enforcement priorities are realized. And our greatest enforcement priorities are to ensure that individuals who pose a public safety or national security risk to the American people are detained. That is our highest detention priority.
Well, I can tell you that the two people who were recently murdered in Ohio by aliens, their families aren't going to accept that as an answer. I recognize Mr. Cuellar for any questions he may have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, let's talk about the migrants who are released into the country after they've been processed and vetted by Border Patrol. One of the tools, legal tools that you have at your disposal is the use of expedited removal. And I do agree with you. If Congress would do its job and pass the Senate bill that I think is the first time since 1996 that we actually make some changes, especially looking at the asylum criteria. And again, as I've said, 5 reasons: political, religion, et cetera, persecution by the state. You know, I was just at Holding Institute in Laredo, and we're talking to the folks there, and they said that most of them are coming in for economic reasons, even though they say asylum, but it's economic reasons. So one of the tools that we could provide to you if we pass the Senate deal, I mean, that I agree with you. But one of the other ones that you have is expedited removal, which is a process that is intended to identify those individuals and families who are truly seeking asylum and to quickly remove the rest. However, as you know, it's your men and women are unable to do that because we lack some of the resources, and that doesn't give you the options that I wish we had. So what I would ask you, if there's not enough space between CBP and ICE to hold folks through the full duration of the removal proceedings, if you had more asylum officers and processing capacity, would you put more migrants into expedited removal proceedings, and would that help you manage challenges at the border?
Ranking Member Cuellar, we issued a regulation, the asylum officer regulation, that gave greater power to our asylum officers, which enabled us to move more quickly through the asylum adjudication process. One major provision of the Senate bipartisan legislation that would have been so incredibly impactful was to allow us to apply expedited removal proceedings, a much more accelerated removal process, to individuals outside of immigration detention. Right now, for single adults, we are restricted to applying expedited removal to those in detention. That bipartisan legislation would have provided us with extraordinary enforcement tools, and I remain uncertain why it was not unanimously approved.
I agree with you. So just to make sure, so you cannot use expedited removal under Title VIII unless if they're detained.
That is my understanding of the law to the best of my recollection, Mr. Ranking Member.
Yes, sir. And we just don't have that processing space to keep all those folks. Is that correct?
Well, as Ranking Member Cuellar, as you noted, the number of encounters has dropped significantly over the past several months. The number of encounters does not in any way equal the number of detention beds that we have. The 2024 budget, I think, funded 41,500 detention beds, and we are encountering approximately 3,800 people in between the ports of entry over the past several weeks, as Mr. Chairman noted. So detention is not the only delivery, consequence delivery that we can issue. What is needed is the swift and fast removal of individuals who do not qualify for relief. The bipartisan legislation would have taken a 7-year asylum process, a 7+ year asylum process, and reduced it to as little as 90 days. That would have been a game changer.
So what, besides the Senate language, which I support, besides that, what resources would you need to increase your expedited removal operations to meet the demands that we anticipate? And keep in mind that in between ports, it's 3,800, at least for the last 3 weeks, 21 days average. What resources would you need, and how would you use that?
Ranking Member Cuellar, it is at every stage of the apprehension, removal process, and everything in between that we would need resources. More Border Patrol agents, more support personnel so we can ensure that those Border Patrol agents are out in the field doing the enforcement work that they signed up and for which they are so skilled to perform. More asylum officers, more immigration and customs enforcement personnel, more detention capacity, more funds for alternatives to detention, more transportation resources, including more resources to be able to execute more removal flights, more legislative authorities so that we can actually fund other countries in enforcing their borders and removing people from their countries before they ever reach the southern border of the United States.
And my time's up, but I do want to emphasize what you said. Expedited removal is only if you have somebody in detention, and if they're out, then we need some changes of the law like the Senate deal does. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Mr. Cuellar. We are now recognized Sheriff Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here. I want to go back to a statement that you made in response to the chairman's question about how many people we have deported. You said 630,000 have been returned. That is not accurate. The actual ICE deportations is 142,580. All those other people that you're talking about were rejected at the border. These are not ICE deportations, and you conflate those two numbers, and it's aggravating to me that you do that. Now, and here we are, we've got the same problem that we had a year ago when you were here. In fact, since you last testified before us, 2.4 million people have crossed our southern border. That's more than 4 years of President Trump's presidency combined. Your immigration policy is in chaos. You don't need Congress to do anything. The president's got the ability to do it. You just need to talk to him to get it done. Now, in fiscal year 23, there were 294 illegal aliens on the terrorist watch list that were arrested between ports of entry. And those are just the ones we caught. How many more are there in the 1.7 million gotaways that we've had over the last 3 years? Last year, as I mentioned earlier, we deported 142,580 people. But more than that have crossed the border every month for the last 36 months. We have 6.1 million. Listen to this number, people. 6.1 million people in the interior of this country on the non-detained docket. Almost double what it was in 2020. Of those, roughly 13%, 1.2 million of them have orders for removal, Mr. Secretary. Why haven't you removed those 1.2 million? You said you deported 630,000. No, you didn't. They've exhausted their due process. They've been told they have to get out. They've got orders to leave this country, and you let them stay. Migrants in cities across America are waiting to get an appointment in an ICE office. These are the ones that are on the non-detained list. They're waiting years. And despite all the evidence of this crisis, at every single turn, this administration has undermined our safety and our security. You halted the wall construction. You ended migration protection protocols. You've created this mass parole program, and you're making inadequate requests for detention space. This administration's failure is making our communities less safe. We have people crossing the border without identification. We don't know who they are. I've talked to you about this before, about the improper vetting that is going on. And your default policy seems to be to just let them in. We can't figure out who they are. We don't know who they are for sure because they're not in any database. Come on in. Just a couple years ago in my hometown in Jacksonville, we had a 28-year-old illegal immigrant murder. I'm sorry, he was 23. Murder one of my constituents. CBP encountered him and couldn't confirm who he was or how old he was because he had no identification. But he said he was a juvenile, used a fake name. So under your catch and release policy that you reinstituted after President Trump had ended that, handed him off to HHS, and then it wasn't until after he killed Mr. Cuellar, not this Mr. Cuellar, but Cuellar in Jacksonville, that we find out who he is. It's Mr. Yoha, and he's now serving 60 years in Florida State Prison. Just last month, we saw another one. Horrible murder because we failed to properly vet an individual, and Laken Riley was murdered by him. Look, I want states to work with, I want state and local law enforcement to work with ICE. We did in my jurisdiction when I was sheriff in Jacksonville. We had a great 287G program, and that's a fantastic program. And in fact, I'm not the only one that thinks that. Last year, acting director of ICE, Ty Johnson, told this committee that the 287G program, and I'll quote, is the best thing since sliced bread because it acts as a force multiplier. So my question for you very quickly is, do you agree with the director's assessment of the 287G program? And if so, what are you doing to expand it?
Congressman, the public safety and security of this country is our highest priority. I believe,
appear so.
Congressman, if you'll allow me, I believe that when an individual poses a threat to public safety or national security, a local or state jurisdiction should cooperate with Immigration and Customs Enforcement for the swift detention and removal of that individual.
So you didn't answer my question. Do you think 287G program is a good program, and will you work with us to expand it?
Congressman, I continue to believe that 287G, when executed properly, is a force multiplier for our enforcement efforts.
We are continuing to listen to Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas answer questions from House lawmakers. This comes after House Republicans will delay bringing their case against him to the Senate until next week, 2 months after impeaching him. This will be the third time in 5 years that senators are sworn in as jurors in the court of impeachment. Now, House Speaker Mike Johnson had planned to send the impeachment charges to the Senate today, but yesterday he said he would wait until next week as Republicans try to make a case for a full Senate trial. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. At the other end of the break, we will continue to follow all of the top stories, live events, and headlines. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and we continue to follow some breaking news as we do want to let you know that former Trump CFO Alan Weisselberg has been sentenced to 5 months in jail for lying in a civil fraud case. And this is some file video of him previously in court. Alan Weisselberg is a retired executive in Donald Trump's real estate empire. He was sentenced this morning to 5 months in jail for lying under oath during his testimony in the civil fraud lawsuit brought against Trump by New York's Attorney General. Weisselberg, who is 76 years old, pleaded guilty last month to 2 counts of perjury in connection with the suit. He admitted lying when he testified he had little knowledge of how Trump's Manhattan penthouse came to be valued on his financial statements at nearly 3 times its actual size. This will be Weisselberg's second time behind bars. The former Trump Organization CFO served 100 days last year for dodging taxes on $1.7 million in company perks, including a rent-free Manhattan apartment and luxury cars. Now, again, he is trading in his life as a Florida retiree. He will now stay at New York City's Rikers Island jail complex, again, to serve out those 5 months. And again, Trump's family employed Weisselberg for nearly 50 years, giving him a $2 million severance deal. When the tax charges prompted him to retire, the company continues to pay his legal bills. Weisselberg testified twice in trials that did not go the way that former President Trump wanted, but each time he took great pains to suggest that his boss hadn't committed any serious wrongdoing. His plea agreement does not require him to testify at Trump's hush money criminal trial, which is scheduled to start with jury selection on Monday. In agreeing to a 5-month sentence, prosecutors cited Weisselberg's age and willingness to admit wrongdoing. In New York, perjury is a felony punishable by up to 7 years in prison. Prosecutors promised not to prosecute Weisselberg for other crimes he might have committed in connection with his Trump Organization employment. And Weisselberg's sentence mirrors his previous case in which he was ordered to serve 5 months in jail, but he was eligible for release for little more than 3 months with good behavior. Prior to that, he had no criminal record. So again, we continue to follow some breaking news as former Trump CFO Alan Weisselberg has been sentenced to 5 months in jail for lying in a civil fraud case. We also want to turn your attention to some other major news as we are just moments away from opening statements in a case that really has captivated the world. This is the triple murder doomsday trial of Chad Daybell. And you are taking a look at some file video right there. As again, we are expecting opening statements today in the trial of Idaho man Chad Daybell. He is charged with killing his wife and his then girlfriend's 2 youngest children. He is facing charges of first-degree murder, insurance fraud, and conspiracy to commit murder and grand theft in connection with the deaths of Tammy Daybell, 7-year-old Joshua J.J. Vallow, and 16-year-old Tylee Ryan. Last year, the children's mother, Lori Vallow Daybell, she received a life sentence without parole for the killings. And again, we are expecting court to resume shortly from Boise, Idaho, again, as we are expecting opening statements today in the triple murder doomsday trial of Chad Daybell. As soon as those opening statements start, we, of course, will bring that to you. In the meantime, we have a number of live events, including this one that we want to turn back to. This is a live look from Washington, D.C., as Department of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas is speaking. This comes after House lawmakers have delayed his impeachment case. Let's pot up the sound and listen in.
is sustained in the year ahead. And
this is about deterrence. This is about border deterrence, and what we want to see happen is a proper accountability and oversight of that deterrence. $4.7 billion you've got for the Southwest Border Contingency Fund, which we know is a slush fund that you have access to because you came before the committee last year asking for that same out-of-touch priority. So I think you've really disrespected hardworking taxpayers, again, through these processes, attempting to get this slush fund in place to circumvent congressional direction. I think that's appalling. That's what I hear from Iowans. The purpose of the slush fund is stated to be around the uncertainty surrounding border conditions in any given year for surge-related functions. But you've systematically wasted taxpayer dollars already. You've opened the door for these surge-related activities, waving the green light for all these migrants to come, cartels, the human drug traffickers. There is no excuse to call for billions of dollars of additional slush fund dollars when it is clear that your leadership and decision-making is so off the mark here. And I think it's very concerning and alarming for a secretary that is instilled to protect our homeland to compromise on this. In your testimony, you did state, I'm eager to work with Congress to deliver for the American people and the men and women who protect our homeland. But you're pointing the finger at Congress to fix the very decisions that the administration has made that have led to this crisis, correct?
No, that is incorrect.
Why do you think that's incorrect?
Actually pointing to Congress to fix what everyone agrees is a broken immigration system. Congresswoman, you mentioned the 41,500 detention beds that are funded in fiscal year 2024. That is less than the bipartisan Senate bill would have provided. The bipartisan Senate bill would have provided 50,000
The Senate bill also allows the president way too much authority in terms of circumventing all of the legal processes that we do have in place. And we've seen emergency requests for, obviously, the crisis that you and the Biden administration have created purposefully and systematically. I don't think that's a good argument. You've reversed, again, countless policies that were in place that were working to keep our southwest border under control, opening flood walls for this security crisis at our southern border. Again, unprecedented levels of illicit drugs and deadly fentanyl. You speak of a consequence regime, Mr. Secretary. My constituents are feeling the consequence of this regime every single day. Pounds of drugs instead of ounces in my district, increased crime. We are seeing a complete overwhelming number of illegal immigrant children in our district, overwhelming Iowa classrooms and teachers every single day. You can try to hide from the American public at how we got to this point. You can point fingers at Congress for fixing systems, but Mr. Secretary, we've seen gamesmanship out of the administration and gimmicks. And I called for your resignation last year, and I stand by my request, and I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We now recognize Congressman Case.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary. It's been a little over 8 months since the incredibly tragic Maui wildfires, some of the worst in our country's history. And I want to start by thanking the Department of Homeland Security, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, you personally, as well as Administrator Criswell, Mr. Fenton, and your entire team for the response on Maui, which has been a tremendous response. We have certainly felt that you have been full partners in this recovery. I have Mayor Bisson actually from Maui in the room here, and he wanted me to express his personal appreciation to you as well. You've been in touch with him personally, you've met with him, you've stayed in touch, and so thank you for your response. Also to this subcommittee, including Mr. Joyce here, who visited personally himself to find out what was going on, and this committee and subcommittee responded in part by plussing up our disaster relief fund, which needed to be done in our last supplemental, as well as the actions in the FY 2024 bill. Aside from, I think, many positive areas of progress, the one that is the missing piece is housing, as you well know. The history here is that the fires displaced about 12,000 people. 4,000 of them went into some other form of housing, very unsatisfactory right away, and 8,000 went into hotel rooms themselves. Of that 8,000, we have still today about 2,800 individuals, about 1,100 families. They clearly don't want to be in those hotels anymore, and neither does FEMA. You want to move them out of those hotels. And yet, the very unique circumstances of the Maui housing market make it very difficult for you to follow your kind of standard approach. FEMA has made choices in the past between rehousing and rebuilding. You've chosen rehousing on Maui, and I understand that, but that's not going to be all of the solution here. you actually do need some form of rebuilding to pull this off over time. It's not going to really do the job. The federal delegation, the Hawaii delegation, the state of Hawaii, Mr. Bisson and the county of all asked FEMA to come off of the rehousing exclusively solution here and instead move to the actual construction of at least some temporary transitional housing on land that the state of Hawaii is making available to you to do that. Either the actual housing itself, which would be transitional, or at least the infrastructure for that housing so that other people can take care of it and put in about 1,000 units that are desperately needed to cover a gap in the housing availability. And that gap is caused not only by the shortage of housing on Maui in general, but by the fact that there are many people that are being housed in hotels and otherwise that are not eligible for FEMA housing right now. They've been disqualified for many reasons. And so there's two solutions here. The rehousing exclusively is not going to work. The rebuilding has to happen in some way, shape, or form. Some combination of rebuilding, transitional housing, and or the exercise of your waiver authority to allow the people that are being disqualified from rehousing to actually get into that rehousing market. I think this would be good all around. You certainly are spending a heck of a lot of money that you don't need to be spending on some of these housing options that you've pursued in a very tight market. So what can you tell us about your thoughts in terms of the Maui wildfire overall? And again, I say this in the context of sincere appreciation for your efforts.
Congressman, thank you very much for recognizing the extraordinary work of FEMA in close partnership with state and local officials. You correctly described the housing challenge following the tragic fires as extremely complex and difficult, and we are looking at all our options and also are eager to work with Congress to assess what additional authorities FEMA might need. We're working across the administration, not just the Department of Homeland Security through FEMA, but also with housing and urban development, with economic experts to understand what is the right solution for the people of Maui, whether rehousing is inadequate and therefore we have to rebuild. The challenges of rebuilding are difficult because of its island status, its unique situation as an extraordinary tourist destination. The pricing of housing is different than many other.
I appreciate that, Mr. Secretary. I'm sorry, my time's almost up, so apologies for interrupting you. I commend you on all of those efforts, but we don't have time. The answers are pretty straightforward. You're never going to be able to satisfy this on a strict rehousing approach. There's not enough housing in the overall market. You can't leave people in hotel rooms for another 6 months to a year while you figure this out with the economic experts. Some decision needs to be made on some form of rebuilding and or the waiver authority that will relieve the pressure on that rebuilding. So I commend that to you. We'll follow up with you personally. But again, thank you very much for your efforts, and we'll stay in touch.
Thank you. I look forward to it.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We now recognize Gentleman Mr. Cloud.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to start with a very simple question. What's the name of your department that you are the secretary of? It's the Department.
What is the name of the department?
The department, yes.
The Department of Homeland Security.
Department of Homeland Security. And your department was stood up when 19 foreign nationals misrepresented who they were and used our infrastructure and our resources to bring a catastrophic attack, of course, on September 11th. Now, your department is tasked with protecting the homeland, and you have done more to turn it into and to prioritize processing than you have protection. When you talk to the Border Patrol agents in Texas who are doing a yeoman's work, doing everything they can with what they are being faced with, they are very frustrated that they have been taken off their job of protecting our borders and have instead been put in the role of processing. Could you speak to any authorities that Congress has removed from you or the president since taking office?
Congressman,
has mentioned Congress removed any authorities from you or the president since you've taken office?
Congressman, the point.
That's a yes or no question.
Congressman, the point that you make with respect to Border Patrol agents is exactly why.
You're filibustering. I asked you a yes or no question.
Congressman, the point that you make is
Congress
exactly...
removed any authorities from you or the president since you've taken office?
Congressman, the point that you make with respect to Border
The answer
Patrol
is
agents...
no. I'd also make the point that you have approximately 20% larger budget than Trump had. The president has made the point that he can't secure the border. He can't get down to because he is waiting on Congress to move. And I just point that out to belay that and to point out the truth of the fact that he has every single authority as President Trump. He has more resources at his disposal than President Trump, yet he has done everything he can to undermine the security of our border. Have you read the book Unrestricted Warfare or the pamphlet?
Congressman, what is your...
It was a report that was written by two colonels in the Chinese army.
Congressman, what is your substantive question about the work of the Department of Homeland Security?
The question is, so is that a yes or no? No. In the pamphlet or the brochure, it's a couple hundred pages long, it talks about the fact that a country would be, to take out the United States, you would not try to use kinetic warfare. You would use things like abusing our legal system, attacks on our infrastructure, terrorism, smuggling warfare, drug warfare, economic aid warfare. In other words, getting us to overuse and to the way we beat the Soviet Union was getting them to overspend. It was economic collapse because we got in an arms race with them and they couldn't keep up economically. Right now we are wasting and spending money in ways because and it's leading to our demise. Right now the number one threat against our country is our fiscal house. Do you have any concerns that China may be engaged with unrestricted warfare in our country?
Congressman, addressing the challenges that the People's Republic of China poses is one of our highest priorities, and we have a number of lines of effort to address that, whether that is enforcement of the Uyghur Forced Labor Protection Act.
How many Chinese nationals have crossed our border in the last couple of years?
And the fight against forced labor, whether that is battling...
That's not Homeland Security. I appreciate that, but that's not Homeland Security.
We are tasked with enforcement of the UFLPA, Congressman. Secondly,
I'm asking you about the border. How many Chinese nationals have crossed our border?
I'd be pleased to provide that data.
It's tens of thousands. It's
tens
of thousands.
Secondly, the threat of cyber attacks.
Right now, crossing our border are tens of thousands of Chinese nationals who are not presently in our country. They are primarily single-aged, adult male, military-aged, and they've crossed our border. And you are not doing anything to counteract that. You mentioned expanding lawful pathways. Who makes laws?
Congressman, if you must ask me questions, the answers to which you know, allow me to answer it. Congress.
Thank you. You haven't answered the other questions, so I'll just point that out. The issue that we have when it comes to analyzing your budget, and this has been the difficult part, is we look at our budgets and we want to spend money to secure our border. And so we as Congress write the check for security, and then you get it and you turn it into processing. And you turn it into basically human trafficking and aiding and abetting cartels and all the nefarious action that's happened. So we've had 100,000 people killed from fentanyl, the precursors coming from China. That's about 300 people. That would be like a plane with 300 people a day dying in our country. And now we have cells within our country who, at any moment.
All right, so we are continuing to listen as Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas is being questioned after the House delayed his impeachment case. We also want to let you know that coming up any moment now, we are expecting opening statements in the Doomsday trial. And as soon as that happens, we will bring it to you live here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. We will be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. And you can see that Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas is answering questions from House lawmakers. So we do want to pot up the sound and listen in.
Grant program provides much needed dollars to places of worship and other nonprofit organizations, such as synagogues, religious day schools, mosques, and that is precisely why our fiscal year 25 budget request sees an augmentation of that grant program funding.
And would that allow additional grants to these facilities in order for security and protection?
It would, and tragically, what we see is increasingly target-rich and resource-poor institutions, and the increase in funding would allow us to ensure enfranchisement in our grant programs, a better inclusivity to build capacity where it does not currently exist. But we are working very closely with different communities, different faith communities, different nonprofit organizations to share best practices and do what we can with the limited funds available to us.
It's critically important in my community. I hear from these organizations all of the time, many small organizations, but nevertheless under serious threat continuously. Let me move on to another FEMA question, if I can, and I'll try to be quick, Mr. Chairman. And FEMA, by the way, is the single largest part of the Homeland budget, as I understand it. It plays an expansive role in keeping our communities safe. It's firefighters, next generation warning system, preventing violence and terrorism, talking about protecting our homeland security, responding to disasters, helping communities recover, build back stronger. We've got extreme weather events, wildfires, hurricanes, winter storms threaten the infrastructure that we rely on every day. Let me talk about Connecticut, across New England, historic flooding. These events put people's livelihoods and their lives really at risk and create public health and public safety crises. I'd like to focus on prevention and pre-disaster mitigation. The sad reality is disasters are going to happen. So can we speak to the 2025 request for FEMA, how you envision it should be focused on preparedness, protection, and mitigation? Where are increased investments needed in order for you to support this work? What kind of policy changes should the Congress be considering? Because yes, indeed, it's about Homeland Security. These are Homeland Security issues.
Congresswoman, I look forward to working with you on assessing what legislative changes are needed to better address the increasing impacts of climate change, the increasing frequency and gravity of extreme weather events. I have spoken with mayors around the country about the need to update building codes, something as basic as that, because the building codes are addressing the weather of yesterday and not the weather of today or tomorrow. I believe it is Colorado State University that just issued a report about its prediction for hurricane season, and it is really looking very, very troubling. An ounce of prevention today is absolutely vital to preventing calamities in local communities across this country. The situation is getting worse from an extreme weather perspective, and we have to work with every community to ensure it understands what it needs to do with the funds that we distribute to it and the funds that they themselves have, in terms of understanding how houses and residences of all types need to be prepared, need to be safeguarded, and what people need to do should an extreme weather event actually occur.
I thank you, and I thank the chair. I just want to make this final comment. I would very, very much like to work with you on this, because I think the whole issue of FEMA and its role in national and homeland security gets lost. It gets lost in a whole lot of yes, serious issues, but a whole lot of political rhetoric as well. But this is, I think, an area where Congress may have the opportunity to do something, and to do something in a bipartisan basis, because these kinds of conditions affect all of our communities. And I thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
You're welcome, Ms. DeLauro. We now recognize Congressman Newhouse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ranking Member, Mr. Secretary. Thanks for being with us this morning. Appreciate that very much. I want to discuss the fentanyl crisis. that we all know is raging throughout our country. You know, fentanyl floods across the southwest border. Doesn't stay in border communities, however. It spreads throughout the country, and it's destroying lives, it's destroying families, it's destroying communities throughout the United States. In your testimony, you note that the department has stopped more illicit fentanyl and arrested more individuals for fentanyl-related crimes in the last 2 fiscal years than in the previous 5 years combined. And while this is admirable, it's equally disturbing. The men and women of CBP and ICE do extraordinary work on the front line and beyond to execute their mission of protecting the homeland, and we all appreciate that. However, as Border Patrol agents are pulled off the front line to process and then release the majority of illegal migrants into the United States, the cartels, being very clever, they've shifted their tactics to exploit the vulnerabilities that those personnel shifts and shortfalls have created. In your testimony, you also note that in fiscal year 25, the budget request includes critical investments in the fight against fentanyl, specifically the non-intrusive inspection technology, and you mentioned that in your verbal testimony. Yet when I reviewed the budget justifications for that program, it says that the FY25 budget does not provide procurement funding for this investment, although it does request level funding for operations and support. I didn't see the roughly $300 million that purportedly is necessary to install the scanners used to detect drugs and other contraband that have been purchased and are sitting in a warehouse that are literally collecting dust as you and I are sitting here in this hearing room. This is something that just totally frustrates and concerns me. When I visited the border in Arizona just this last February, one of our own Border Patrol agents, in answer to my question, told me this directly. We do not control the border. The cartels control the border. The cartels determine who, when, and where people cross our border. Even more concerning, a local resident told me that him and his neighbors don't even lock their doors anymore because smugglers, illegal migrants, they come through the area, break into homes, take whatever they want, they